Greetings to all. I'm just going to check the sound as usual. Okay, it's loud and clear. That's beautiful. I hope you're doing well. Now, the title of this video is Brother Garfield removed his latest video. What could be the reason? Question mark. So, in my feed, I see a video. It's a live stream from Brother Garfield Postcat, Brother Garfield Podcast YouTube channel. And the title is Egyptomaniacs. I don't remember the rest. So I'm like, all right, there we go again. So I get on there. I had before. Uh, and in the past, I came on, uh, because of that Egyptomaniac in the title, but I also came in for some other reason about some pseudos. So to set the record straight, now the video has been removed. At the end of the last stream, when Garfield said he will put an end to this last stream and do another one, but he never said he will remove it. So we'll have to wonder why. Now, I was about to give another title to this video until I realized that the previous live stream, which was just like maybe 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, until I realized it was removed. And I was about to entitle it, I will not let people, these Kemetic people, because Garfield and Reggie hate on Jabari. And I was going to entitle it like that. So, to hate someone and to hate on someone, according to the street vernacular or Ebonics vernacular, it's not exactly the same thing. Others might differ in opinion, is cool. But those facts need to be reminded. Those facts needs to be reminded. It's useful for that to be reminded. They have a personal issue against Jabari. Fine. It happens in life. But to use that pretext to go and try to, these all Kemetic people, none on my watch. None on my watch. Some Kemetic people might say stuff that's inaccurate. Who's perfect? But you cannot apply that to everyone. Besides, Rikedi Amen is Kemetic. She's a Kemetic priest. She's a Hemet Netjer. And Reggie would not talk sideways about her. Now, he would claim that's because she knows the text, but that's okay. Same for Mfundishi. Reggie would not talk smack about him, you know. As a matter of fact, Reggie has defended someone who tortured black women because he wrote a nice book. The main reason why Reggie feels some type of way about Jabari is because Jabari said about one particular topic that his analysis was poor. So with Reggie, you can be a plagiarizer, a scammer. If you congratulate him, he'll be cool with you. You know? As for Garfield, he has already stated that it's personal because Jabari, alluded to a person that they both know, someone he used to date. And very recently, I was very surprised to hear that. And I'm talking about stuff that's on air. I'm not getting into people's private life. Garfield said that on air. That someone violated Garfield's daughter, and he is a priest in Jabari's organization. So to put that out there like that is surprising, and it can leave a lot to the interpretation. because we don't know what he meant by violated. Some people might interpret that as some very, very serious crime. You know, could it be that there was a relationship and it ended not in so much of a nice way? Or could it be something way more serious? If it's way more serious, then why don't you say it from the get go? Maybe you have your reasons. But to put it out there like that, everybody's free to speak. They have free speech, but we don't have any specifics. We don't have any details. You know. So if something serious happened to one of your family members, then I understand you have an issue. But why don't you just go at the one who violated your daughter? Why don't you holler so much at Jabari via proxy? And if someone's violated your daughter, why do you want to debate with the person that's like higher in a hierarchy? If somebody violates my daughter, I'm going to try to, have a debate with the one that's higher up in terms of hierarchy. I'm going to try to holler directly at the one who did the wrongdoing, but I'll leave it there because we don't know the specifics, you know? So it's complicated, but it's personal. So Sanetta came on. I heard at one point, he was like, there's some stuff I haven't heard, but, Reggie complained about it. Some profanity was used towards them. And later on, Sanetta said, you brothers are bees, the B word and all that, And he even wrote that later on in the chat. Now, people, I don't know Jabari. I never spoken to him. So everybody's free to criticize whoever they want. But there's some very unfair activity going on. And some people feel like as long as they do some group effort, it will be effective. And it doesn't work that way. And it goes from the people on the platform all the way down to the moderator. I addressed blonde haired moderator. She got in the feelings talking about, no, I have natural hair, but her profile picture, shows some fake hair, but it's okay. I told her don't lose sleep over that. It's all good. I'm just saying, don't start none, won't be none. She wrote I was wrong for doing that. She wrote, you mad forever, you're wrong for doing that. Because the funny thing is that I brought up the plagiarizer. I was put on black ice. I was removed from the panel. Then I was put back on the panel. Then I addressed something else. I was removed from the panel again. But I was still put back on the panel. It needs to be said. And it's another example. Whenever you bring that Greek fraternity plagiarizer for strange reason, no, don't talk about my savior. Don't talk about my master teacher. He's my hero. Please don't do that. Always. He must be deep in the street. Or maybe some, I don't know what it is, but there's something. Because people want to go at Jabari talking about Jabari and his people are Kemetic Christians. Then they want to talk about the Immaculate Conception because it is true that many people that could be labeled Kemetic have said that Isis was I mean not Isis, but that Isis conceived Horus out of Immaculate Conception. By the way, Brother Reggie said that Horus is not the son of Asar. He said that Horus is not the son of Osiris. I don't know it all. I never heard that before. But like I said, we learn every day. You know. Then he went on to say that Horus is the son of Ra. Why do you think he's called Sarah? So that being said, I was in passing. I asked Reggie because they show the artifact from Kemet where we can see a bird on top of Osiris or Osir, and that's the pictorial representation of the symbolism. Isis turning into a bird and being impregnated And I asked Reggie, are you saying that a bird had sex with a man? Now he got agitated. Garfield tried to intervene. They look out for each other. They defend each other when they feel like, oh, my man is in trouble. I need to save my man. So I say, if you want to answer, you can answer. And it's a shame because the video has been removed. So you could have gone and listened to what I'm saying and verify if it's correct or not, because there's always two sides to a story. So I told the people it's clear that we're dealing with symbolism. And I told them that in the Christian narrative, we have a story of a woman who conceives a child magically, for lack of a better word. Now they call it immaculate conception, but we understand that it was not done in a natural way, in a normal human way. You see? And I even said at the beginning that we need to make the distinction between the Necheru, that's the gods, and humans. You see? Because when people want to criticize Kemet, they love to do that. We cannot put dates on the Necheru. Somebody can be my guest. Um, so we have the narrative, the story from Kemet, where Isis conceived magically, for lack of better words. Then in the biblical narrative or Christian narrative, we have a story of a woman, Mary, who's conceiving Jesus magically, you know. So what's the big issue? And I'm not talking about believing in the story, whether it happens or not, but just sticking to the narrative of the story. You see? And then people want to, to stick to semantics, say, immaculate conceptions means this and that. They're just trying to use Christianity and all that. Hey, chill, you know. But then when I bring up the plagiarizer, what I'm saying, the dude who said, you know, and Ogun is Cain or whatever, Fulanis, these are the Hebrews. I mean, the guy, their man, their dude, their fake linguist, he's been making correlation with the Bible forever. And they have never said anything, you know. So I also addressed the fact that a few years back, about a decade ago or so, there was probably an American guy of European descent who made a video. He issued a challenge to Ray Haggins, Asher Kwesi, and others. And he said that if you can prove, if you can show me some text that says that ISIS was that Horus was born on December 25th. There was also maybe other things in the challenge, but that was the main thing. Nobody stood up to the plate. He offered money. Now I don't know if he would have really gave the money, because many people say, I'll give you $10,000. You should prove that, but you don't really know if they have the paper. But nobody stood up to the plate. You know what I'm saying? Now I remember some videos being made, but the issue, the topic was not addressed. So there are some things indeed that some people have been saying and other people have repeated without verifying or without being able to show and improving. And that doesn't happen just in the Kemetic community. In other school of thoughts, there's many things that people have been saying, and people have been repeating. For example, that Jesus was black because in Revelation he's described as a black man, that he had woolly hair and burned feet. When the text really says that his feet were like burnt brass, and if you look at the color of brass, it's like goldish, yellowish color. You see, but it also says in Revelation that his head and his hair were white like wool. You see? Hey, James Paul, how are you doing? Right. So that's just one example that many people, many people have repeated that stuff for years. Not quoting when he says that his head and his hair, well, he says white. He says like wool, and he says as white as snow. His head and his hair white like snow. That's very important. But they just say, oh, he had woolly hair and burned feet. I spoke to a Hebrew brother on Chris Harris MVP's platform, and then he said, African feet. I said, well, he doesn't say he has African feet. So we go from one tale, and then people make extrapolation and so on. That happens. But to try to ridicule Kemetic people, and the funny thing is that I brought up, because I said people act like there's no text that were copied There was no case of plagiarism, and I talked about the great hymn to Aten, because people like to cherry pick on some minor issues. But I invite everybody to go online on any search engine and type "great hymn to Aten," Aten, and then put Bible. And I think it's a text from Psalm. Now compare the two texts, and you tell me if it's plagiarism or not. And you know the funny thing that Garfield did, and it was funny, I said, "Isn't that plagiarism?" And he said, "No, that's like a intertext." And I couldn't really tell what other word he used, but he used a very technical set of words, like three sets of words, to just deny that it's a case of plagiarism. Because some people want to act like, Kemetic people run around making claims that are just ridiculous. When we have plenty of instances of text that, that's probably the most striking obvious case of plagiarism. Now, do you expect Christians to say, "Oh yeah, well, we admit it. I put my hand up. Yeah, 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 they copied that from Kemet." Of course not, they're not going to say that. So if somebody is expecting to find some Kemetic text, and when we translate from the Medu Neter to the English, it's exactly the same as what we have in the Bible translated in English, that's not going to happen. And if people want to feel good about that, then everybody's happy. you know but once again, the great hymn to Aten alone, people don't want to deal with that. People run away from that. you know Now later on, I told Reggie, um you go at Jabari like that because he said, that your analysis was poor, but you have other people plagiarizers, you're part of their team. So I was talking about the University of Amen. Reggie got very angry. He said, "Oh, you're lying. You're a effing liar." I said, "You're on our website." He said, "I'm not part of the team. I'm not. I'm not an employee. I don't get salary." I said, "Hold on. Being part of a team doesn't mean that you are employed by people or that you get a salary from people. So now people want to play semantics." So he insisted that he's not part of that team. So I was like, "Okay, well, you might as well tell them to remove you from their website because he's listed on the website." And that's just for the record. So I was trying to tell him, calm down. You know what I'm saying? I'm not lying. I'm talking to you directly. I'm not talking behind your back. But it is what it is. And that's when Garfield decided, I'm gonna end this and do another live stream. But we'll get some clarity. We get to the bottom of things. Some people act like they don't know. I've put the video about the serial plagiarizer. If you don't talk about the plagiarizer who's been stealing people's work, plagiarizing for years, on top of making a lot of linguistic acrobatics and linguistic gymnastics, rise of volcano, allies in the Egyptian text, and there's so many others to quote. You know what I'm saying? You are more than biased and unfair. It's whack. Why would you criticize Jabari over some minor issues and you have a plagiarizer, a dishonest dude that you're defending? It doesn't make sense at all. It doesn't. So there's an agenda. There's an agenda. And, way back, people felt like, having a group effort will be efficient, but in the long run, it will not. Because you can gather all these Abrahamic believers who have a disdain for Kemet anyway. But once you finish dissing Kemetic people and using Jabari as a pretext, allegedly, because it's inaccurate information, as if it's for the good of black people, when you have some Christian apologists at the end of the day, once you're done with that, you think those Abrahamic believers will give you strength and power and support? You're just an accessory, you know? So you'll see. Now, people can predict the future and say what will and will not happen during the debate. And I find that interesting. And some people want to stick to, well, the original text and stuff like that. The majority of the people don't know the Medu Neter. So we can expect translations. But if we have translations that will not suit them, the people who hate on Jabari, then they will eventually say, well, that's the translation. I want to see the original text. Even if he puts the original text and the translation, people are going to say, I want to see him read the original text. We know his level of the Medu Neter. We know he needs improving as a Kemetic priest. That has been said many times. But he still knows some Mendo nature. He is obviously learning it, you know. So he has his level, and his level will improve, you know. Others don't have a level at all. You understand what I'm saying? Not everybody will be at the same level, you know. So he has his practices, his beliefs, and he has a right to. It's as if, people, it's all good to practice Christianity. It's all good to practice Judaism. It's all good to practice Islam. But when some black people practice some Kemetic way of life or Kemetic religion, uh, all of a sudden it's a problem. And all those years, that's what we've been looking forward to. That's what we've been looking forward to, because what we had before is some people who charge you like, $4,000 for you to commit. So you go on a trip, you know what I'm saying, and you have to afford it. And to be raised up, you have to pay like three times. Now, not everybody does that, but now we have some people who meet on a regular basis, who learn the Kemetic culture, and you feel like it's the worst thing ever that happened to black folks in America. I mean, come on now, we have to stop with that. All of that because you have some personal issue with the dude. Be clear and honest. Say, I have a personal issue with that dude, and holler at the dude. Anything that he says you don't agree with, by all means, go for it. Anything that you can show and prove is wrong or inaccurate, by all means, go for it. But I will not allow on my watch, I will not allow Garfield, Reggie, and anybody else to discriminate people just because they have an issue with one dude. I would not allow that. You know what I'm saying? I would not allow that, not on my watch. And I'm being very kind so far. I'm being very diplomatic. You know what I'm saying? I'm being very diplomatic thus far. Because I could be meticulous. Pan African Designs and Apparel. He wrote, "Man, you're telling a whole lot of truth right now." So, of course, anybody else is going to come on those platforms and have the issue with Kemetic people or Jabari and his organization. They have a heaven, you know. They have a heaven. I mean, it's a gathering place for Kemetic haters. So be it. We have the right to speak. We have the right to state our piece. We have the right to disagree. You know. And I've talked about this before. There's an obvious case of jealousy. I mean, you have some people who's been there for a long time. They were at the feet of the giants, at the feet of the scholars. They've been around for a long time, and they see somebody else who came in the game, for lack of a better word. I'm not trying to say all this is a game, but you know what I mean. So came in the picture, came in the community, and now they have a large audience, a large platform, an organization that is thriving with plenty of members. Some people are salty about it. I was there for so long. And here comes that guy. Hey, it is what it is, man. It happens, man. I mean, Jazzo. Jazzo was the man. He did his thing. He took Sean Carter under his wing. Sean Carter became Jay-Z. We have a picture of the two of them in London when Jazzo went to record his album. We have the video Hawaiian Sophie. We see Jay-Z appearing in the video. We even hear him in the song. Has a small part where we hear his voice. There's the song The Originators. There is the video. Jay-Z featuring Jazzo. When Jazzo used to be a Nubian. We even see Jazzo holding a portrait of Malachi York. So they go way back. And what happened later on? We all know what happened. Jay-Z is considered one of the greatest rapper ever. I think it's safe to say that most people will put him in the top 5, if not the top 10. And he appears to be the most successful in terms of finances, you know. So that's what it is, you know. Kanye West is recognized worldwide for his skills as a producer. Kanye West said that no ID, taught him how to produce somehow, some way. You know, we don't expect no ID to go and hate and say, "Ah, I used to do this before." Irv Gotti recently caught some heat because he spoke about Ashanti and what they did before a song was recorded, and that was 20 years ago that they dated. So some people have issues with that. And he was drunk. He said it himself when he disrespected is it Mike Geronimo, another producer. And in passing, he said, uh, Large Professor, and he said, shout out to Large Professor because I learned to make beats from Large Professor, you know. So many people don't know Large Professor. People who know Nas and Akinelli, they will know Large Professor. The old heads will know Large Professor, but many people don't know him because Irv Gotti uh, had his label and he had his very successful artists, you know. Ja Rule and Ashanti were top of the world, you know. So he did his thing. He grew and he became mainstream, known worldwide, and the rest is history. Now they're not popping anymore. It is what it is, but they still made history, you know. They have a legacy, no matter what. So that's how it is, man. That's how it is, man. Don't expect Jabari or any other Kemetic people to know it all. Because when we speak to Reggie, and we had this discussion on my platform, and really it was most of the time it was always cordial and respectful, even though sometimes Reggie will play the elder card. Sometimes he will say, well, I knew this one and I knew that guy and I knew that guy. I mean, some people, they will either give you their credentials when they say something that they cannot demonstrate or show and prove. You know, sometimes they're going to throw your credentials at you. They're going to say, I traveled to such and such country and I know such and such person, which doesn't, which is irrelevant to the point that you're discussing. But those are talking points. Those are just techniques. You know what I'm saying? But um, when we're talking, he likes to talk. Basically, the things he says, somebody says that Jabari's been using the same slides, the same lecture, the same slides all the time. And I say many people use the same slides in different debates. It's not the end of the world. And if you listen to Reggie, he says the same things. And he likes to say, he wasn't always called Kemet. Okay, fine. He was called Tawi first. Okay, Kemet was first used around that time. And then, people want to tell us, okay, we need to look into, the Nubian culture, Badara, I'm sorry, Nagata 1, Nagata 2. People become purists. People become purists. Some people will tell you you have to know the Maoritic script. Some people would tell you you have to know such and such languages. So basically, you need to go to school and earn different degrees in different fields in order to be qualified or competent to talk about a subject matter. I mean, if you study the meta nature, that's good enough. That's good enough of an effort. Congratulations to you. Do not be deterred because you hear those discussions. Because at the end of the day, even if you know the meta nature, somehow, some way, they're going to tell you it's not enough. They have a great deal of respect for the Abrahamic belief system. The things that they say about Kemet, they don't say it about those other belief systems. We heard Reggie talk about bullshit spirituality, talking about the Kemetic spirituality, or let's say the spirituality as practiced by Jabari's organization. And I took issues at that, and I let him know then and there. People are very comfortable now. They're getting more and more comfortable, and they are so much in um, trapped into their hate that they don't even realize how biased and unfair and disrespectful they are getting. Now, Garfield, you have a debate coming up. Once again, I'm very surprised why he would just, bring those points, you know, about Jabari's teaching when really you should just, um, prepare your information for the debate. Don't. It's not useful to give insight into your strategy before a debate, because the opposite side, we know what your angle is. Not all your angles, but I'm 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 really starting to think that Garfield, it's possible that he doesn't want the debate to happen, and he wants to start something so that eventually it just doesn't happen. Eventually he will say, "Oh, I'm too offended. That's too much." It won't happen. Or maybe the other side will end up saying that, you know. And I cannot predict the future. That's my sentiment. That's that's how I feel. Because even back then, I was telling you, I felt like he didn't want it to happen. But we had the COVID situation. Even though we had the COVID situation, it could have happened, online, but it's okay, And I don't even know if they're gonna do it. I don't even think they're gonna do it like in a venue, you know. But we'll see. Maybe it will be in a venue. Maybe it will be online. But right now we are what? August 11th, and it's supposed to happen next month. There's 1 month to go. You know, why would you give ammunition to the opposite side? So everybody's free to do what they want and say what they want. But I'm telling you, man, and that goes to everybody. If you have an issue with one particular person, then holler. You have an issue with that person and his team because they all engage in the same activity or all teach the same things. Okay, by all means, go for it. But why are you siding with people who are fraudulent and they are on your team? And even if they are not on your team, you defend them. That just doesn't make sense at all. That doesn't make sense at all. Plagiarism is serious. You have scholars who holler at you, they try to son you, try to tell you how it works, and they go around doing lectures with plagiarizers, stealing people's material. Soon people are gonna say that plagiarizing is not stealing. So it's probably borrowing now. People are gonna play semantic games. Plagiarizing is borrowing. I mean, where would it stop? Where would it stop? That's very easy to open your platform to all the people who hate on Kemetic people. Because when we deal with Kemet, we deal with a civilization that is well documented. We don't have to argue whether or not those people are black because have demonstrated over the years that the inhabitants of Canaan, of Arabia, um, were white skinned, they were not black. So that's a blow to their claims. That's a blow to their doctrine alone. And we have the original text for the most part. And that's also a blow to their stance because what are those people quoting? Now, if you know the Hebrew language, but we don't even have so much of the Hebrew text, comes out of Greeks. Do those people break down the text in Greek? Do they break down the text in Aramaic? But when it comes to Kemetic people, people have to be fluent in Medu Neter and break down the text from the original, I mean, from the pyramid text and the coffin text and so on. Come on now, you know? So Kemetic people, a lot of Kemetic people are very well versed into the Abrahamic belief system, so they feel some type of way. So they want to make fun and talk about, oh, the I saw in the chat someone, and it's not the first time. Oh, Saul had sexual relations with his sister, and that was the beginning of the incestual relationship that they had in Kemet. Abraham was married to his half sister. There's some stuff that they will accept when it's practiced or taught in their belief system, but when it's Kemet, they want to criticize damn near everything. And what is your stance? Whoever's criticizing Kemetic people, what is your stance? What is your school of thought? What is your culture? I don't mind people being atheists. But what is your culture? What do you practice? What do you practice? I mean, those people are undercover Christian apologists, acting like they want to wake up the people. Please, doesn't work. We see through you. We see through you. You will always have, for days, people will have some issues with the teachings of Kemet because it is not in agreement with the Abrahamic belief system. The Abrahamic believers, somehow, somewhere, they are people of the book. They share many stories, so they have a de facto alliance. But the Kemetic way of life, writing, teaching, and stories is just different. And of course, um, ancient Egypt is seen as evil because of Pharaoh and the tale of the Exodus story. You have people believing that those Hebrews were enslaved for hundreds of years. Then they spent decades in the desert, and then they went to another land. The sea parted in two. Pharaoh and his army died in the water. Someone spent days inside of a well, and we don't hear those people, making so many live streams to say how it doesn't make sense. But people want to have a field day, a field week, field months, field years, banging at Kemetic people over, well, they say it's immaculate conception, but immaculate conception, that's some Roman stuff. Do you know the Latin terms, brothers? Do you know the terms in Latin for immaculate conception? Do you have the breakdown in the Latin language? Do you know what the texts are where it talks about immaculate conception? Come on, man. But it's all good. Freedom of speech. Just like people have the right to say what they want, it's just not going to fly like that forever. It's not going to fly like that forever, for real. You know, Committed Christians, please, please. That's not how they refer to themselves. You know, you want to use that term as a negative, kind of like to make fun of them, you know, as if they are into syncretism. So it appears that people are wrong to point out the similarity between the Kemetic writing and the biblical writing. So when Bill Manley talks about the possible earliest mention of the name Yeshua, is he pseudo? Oh man. We have several scholars who have pointed out similarities between Kemetic texts and other texts from other areas, and the Bible. Nobody would call them pseudos, you know? And you notice that those people who hate on Kemet, the main people that they criticize, that they make fun of, are black people. A while back, I saw them making fun of Baba Heru because of his singing. But what does the singing have to do with the information? So all that are excuses. They want to see that stuff go down. The schematic movement, they want to see it go down. You know, dang man, I didn't hear Jabari's organization torturing black women. You know, now we have people celebrating Kwanzaa every year, and even that Jabari was, sorry, Reggie was defending. Reggie was defending that because he knows the founder of Kwanzaa, and Kwanzaa is the Jewish holiday Hanukkah. Why are they silent about it? We have the live stream going on right now as I speak. I'm sure it's still going on. I don't see Garfield doing a live stream is going to last for less than an hour. Kemetic wars. commit wars. Let's debate lie. Well, what I like with Garfield is that when you go on his platform, he acts like he's gonna let you speak and all that. He will interrupt you many times. Sometimes he will not let you get your point across, but uh, he will still allow you to get some things out. But he always had that technique that when you say something that's not convenient to his stance, then he will just um, um, ask many questions, many different questions until you find the question for which you don't have an answer, or the question for which you will give a wrong answer. That's one of his main techniques. It's always been like that. It's very difficult for Garfield to admit a point that you make that is contrary to his stance. That's why when I ask him, is the hymn of Athens, isn't that the case of plagiarism? And he came up with that new term that unfortunately I cannot let you listen to because Garfield has removed his latest live stream. Garfield will be more selective now with who he will allow on his platform, you know, and who will allow to talk against Kemetic people, and also who are allowed to get in to defend Kemetic people. Now he will probably allow more neophytes to get there, rather than people who are more well versed. Now, at one point, Reggie even was trying to get away from the term Kemetic. What I'm saying? We all been using the term Kemetic. He actually even used it in the chat a few times, but it's okay. It's all good. But we see through uh this facade. We see through this facade. If you're really about the people, if you care about black people, and you want them to know historical truth, then deal with Kwanzaa, the Jewish holiday Hanukkah, just that alone. Then maybe if you have some courage, then you can touch on the black woman who was tortured by Karenga. But let me guess, y'all gonna say it's the past. It was back then, right? What will you say? Because there's always some expiration date. But I don't know who determines that. You know, can you imagine if I torture a black woman and then I come up with some African uh, holiday, then it's gonna be all good. People gonna cut me some slack. And I don't think we could talk about the the accusation of Karenga being an agent, you know, working with the government, working against the Panthers. Actually, um, the first time, a long time ago, when I talked about that, Reggie was like, "Yeah, but the Panthers as well, they did some wrong things." All that because the founder of Kwanzaa. So those guys, they say Kemetic Christians. Why they don't label the people who practice Kwanzaa Jewish? Because Hanukkah is a Jewish holiday. And the funny thing, the video is still on my channel. I don't remember which title it is, but um, you might look for the thumbnail where we see Reggie. And actually, it might be the time before last he came on my platform. When I read the article by Mukasa Africa Ma'at, Dr. Mukasa Africa Ma'at, which once again is called Karenga's Hunting Ghost. Anybody can go on the search engine and type Dr. Mukasa Africa Ma'at or Karenga's Hunting Ghost. And I read from the article, and I read when Karenga said that he made up Kwanzaa. He said he was African because he knew that if he didn't say that, people would not be celebrating it. Reggie said that, the guy did not quote the full article. So I said, okay, can you direct us to the full article, the full interview? And then Reggie went on to quote something else. So by all means, he's trying to defend this. There is a vested interest. So we have black folks who've been celebrating a Jewish holiday, passed off as an African holiday. They don't have jack to say about that. But they spend all this time going against Kemetic people. It just doesn't make sense at all. There's another thing that Reggie likes to say, and really, when he said that, I never said anything, but I'm just saying it for the record. Reggie said many times, I organized, came out on trial, or participated in came in on trial. And sometimes he says some things like, you know, um, I'm kind of paraphrasing, but it's like implying that ever since came in on trial, that's when people, really got to deal with these issues regarding Kemet. You will feel like he put Kemet in the forefront with Kemet on trial. Way before Kemet on trial, people were dealing with the Kemetic belief system. I mean, Kemetic tradition, Kemetic text, and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to diminish anybody's effort, but I mean, way before Kemet on trial, people have been dealing with it and talking about it. You know, so Reggie likes to talk a lot about Dr. Ben, that he was close to Dr. Ben, and it's like a badge of honor, but not just a badge of honor, like a badge of credibility. Like you are fit to address the Kemetic ways because you are close to the great Dr. Ben. But what did Dr. Ben talk about the most? Kemet. If Dr. Ben was alive, would Garfield call Dr. Ben an Egyptomaniac? And if he would call Dr. Ben an Egyptomaniac, then what would Reggie say? As a matter of fact, Garfield played a video with many different people from the community talking about the Immaculate Conception. And in that video, we saw Dr. Ben. But in the meantime, they are defending some fraudulent serial plagiarizer who's been coming up with crazy, fancy claims, who have the nerve as amateur with not a single degree in the field, contrary to what they claimed previously, labeling themselves as linguists, not having and now going online critiquing PhDs in linguistic, critiquing a PhD in linguistic, and telling the people this is how you do the work. So I'm going to read about medicine and tell a medical doctor this is how you do medicine. The foulest thing ever. We have never seen that before. Tell me, brothers and sisters, since when did we see amateur telling specialists how the work is done? But now it's happening now. And we even have some people who's been saying the ancient Egyptians were not black. That doesn't bother anybody. Dr. Shekonta Diop and Dr. Theophilo Benga's effort, was it in vain now? Since 1974, and now we're going 50 years back. All of that gets a pass. All of that gets a pass. It doesn't make sense. This focus on Kemet and Kemetic people, just because you hate on one dude, for real? And the crazy thing is that Reggie Like I was telling another brother, I mean, he would discriminate people for a whole week straight. Eventually, sometimes when somebody is going to criticize Kemet, he's going to kind of defend it. He's like, on the fence. He's on the fence, but he will not criticize other Kemetic people because he knows them and he has a good relationship with them. And they are all talking about Kemet. Some know the Medu nature more than others, but they are all talking about Kemet. Man, please. It's not cool. It's not cool at all. So now, brothers and sisters, if you want to add on, then feel free. What do you think about the situation? What is your opinion about it? Do you agree that Horus is not the son of Osiris? Do you think that all this banging against Kemetic people is justified? What is your stance? Are you also under the spell of the Greek fraternity plagiarizers who might be so deep in the street that you are scared to speak out? There might be some unwritten rule: thou shalt not criticize our great master teacher linguist. Are you gonna criticize damn near everybody in the conscious community? But the dude, did he threaten y'all? What's the deal, y'all? Did he pay y'all? Did he promise y'all something? Did he promise you a shout out on his next book? Did he promise you a shout out on his uncomic book or uncomic lecture? What's the deal? Did he promise to take you to Kemet? Did he promise to do some linguistic breakdown about your belief system and tie it to Africa? Did he promise you that he will demonstrate that the Sumerians were black using linguistics? I'm telling you, man. But we have, and we have some people, who studied a little bit, but we have some straight up neophytes who damn near know, who barely know everything, who have the nerve to be slick and disrespectful. Like, you want to get engaged in the conversation, I'm saying, just, hey, be my guest, get on the panel. And we have a lot of Twitter finger moderators. As a moderator, I'm telling you, everybody's entitled to their opinion. You know what I'm saying? But we have a lot of moderators on these conscious community channels, who are very biased, very slick, and condescending and disrespectful. As moderators, try to have some decorum. You know what I'm saying? Try to have some standards. And the funny thing also, you have some moderators. You see them as moderator on one channel, two channels, three channels, and sometimes when they are moderator on one channel and the owner of the channel is criticizing another brother, they are in agreement with that one. And when they are on the other brother's channel as moderator, they are in agreement with the one speaking and responding or criticizing the other one. They are on the fence like crazy. And those people like that, they are unbalanced, they are unstable, they don't have any direction, they don't have any doctrine or philosophy, they don't have any logic. How could you be down with both parties? And then they will add some commentary, like, come on now, just slow down. And for the most part, we haven't even seen them. Actually, for the most part, we haven't even heard them. They don't have any stance. Beware of people like that who don't have any stance, who don't have any position, because they go with the wind. Anything that's trendy, anything that's in fashion, they go with it. One morning they're going to be Hebrew Israelite friendly. Another minute they're going to be Christian friendly. Another minute they're going to be Muslim friendly. Another minute they're going to be Kemetic friendly. But most of the time, they are anti-Egyptomaniacs. Notice once again, they don't use the term Bible maniacs. They don't use the term Quran maniacs or Islam maniac, you see, or Christian maniacs or Jewish maniac or Torah maniacs. But they keep using that term Egyptomaniacs. That's clearly unfair. They concentrate, they focus on that. If they were fair, they will use other terms ending with maniacs for the other belief systems. But they don't do that because they have so much love and respect for the other belief system, for the Abrahamic belief system. Some people try to say that, we have some Kemetic Christians, following the European ways of life. And we have other brothers still following the European way of life slash Asiatic way of life. And those Asiatic way of life, those Asiatic who brought forth those belief systems that were not black, that has been established for a long time. All the scholars that those people use, all those people who bang against Kemetic people, who label Kemetic people Egyptomaniacs, do the test. Anytime they bring you the name of a scholar to go against Kemetic people under the pretext of correcting one brother, ask those scholars about the Hebrew Israelites claiming that the Hebrews were black. Ask them what they think about that. Ask them about the Christians, for the few black Christians, because it's very few who claim that Jesus was black. Now, Hebrew Israelites, they will tell you he's black. Ask the scholars what their stance is about those black Muslims who said that Muhammad and the Arabs of the 7th century were black. Ask them. And you will see that all the scholars that they use, they will say, no, not at all. But that flies. That gets a pass. They've been lying for the longest. They've been saying inaccurate stuff. They've been giving inaccurate teaching for the longest. And now we have some people who came up with some organizations that have been there for like maybe 10 years, 15 years, but not hundreds of, not, come on. And now it's like, it's the biggest threat ever. So once again, the great hymn to Aten alone. Let's deal with that. Let's deal with that. There are cases of text from Kemet. There are similarities and writings that are almost the same. It's obvious copying slash plagiarism. It's not far-fetched to say that. It's not pseudo to say that. It's not being an Egyptomaniac to say that. And many different scholars, PhDs, have pointed those similarities. Brothers and sisters, don't think that Kemetic people just rely on Gerald Massey or just quote Gerald Massey. Some people might have mainly quoted Gerald Massey, but it doesn't mean that all Kemetic people do that. You know? And once again, don't get it twisted. A lot of Kemetic people um, don't have much knowledge about the Medu Neter. But when we're dealing with those Kemetic organizations, those people are still learning it. They just don't have a high level. And I've said it before. Yes, as a priest, as a Kemetic priest, someone must have an appropriate level of Medu Neter. But nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect. Because we have some Christians, some pastors. They would speak to you in English. They're not familiar with the Greek, with the Hebrew, or the Aramaic, or any other language. Nobody gives them any hardship. We have a lot of Hebrew Israelites. They don't know the Hebrew language. They might know a few Hebrew words, but that's about it. They could not even read a Hebrew sentence. Nobody gives them any hardship. You have a lot of black Muslims who talk about Islam. They don't know the Arabic. They might know a few words in Arabic. They might know some prayers in Arabic. They might have learned them by heart, but they don't speak the Arabic. Nobody gives them any hardship. But when it comes to Kemetic people, now that's basically that's an excuse. That's just an excuse, man. So don't try to ridicule Kemetic people. And I'll admit that we have all those anonymous and unidentified people, going on different platforms. Now, some people, some people are like making fun of Dr. Ben now. And for the most part, they are anonymous and unidentified. It's easy. When you're anonymous and unidentified, it's easy. We don't know what you're all about. We don't know what you stand for. There's no accountability. But in the long run, where will you be? What will you do? What will your legacy be? What could we say that you have brought to the community? And I'm not even talking about, crabs in the barrel, criticizing another brother. You don't agree with what somebody says, you want to point it out, okay, fine, go ahead. But once again, I've made many different examples. How come all these other belief systems and all their crazy claims, they don't talk about it? There is a sect called the Church of Scientology. The NOR has officially allied themselves with it many years ago. We don't hear people talking about that. So now Dianetics is cool as well. And there's so many other things. Now, the doctor, the medical doctor, he has passed away. But I addressed it when he was still alive, if I'm not mistaken. And he said that we can cure milk, we can cure AIDS, my bad. I'm sorry. We can cure AIDS with raw milk. Did you hear anybody say anything? You know? Some people will criticize Dr. Sebi, and I've had criticism about Dr. Sebi. I've been quite skeptical about the claims of him being able to cure all the disease, and some people still run with it. It's funny, we have many students of Dr. Sebi, but they cannot cure all disease like him. So, like I said before, we have all those people worldwide who suffer from all these ailments, but all those guys who know it all, they don't give the cure to the people. But of course, they cannot give the cure. They have to see the person and make a consultation and give the advices on the right food to eat and so on. It's the same old thing. Very convenient. Very convenient. So some people will, criticize Dr. Sebi for many reasons about these claims. But when other groups or organizations make some very fruitful claims, very fanciful claims, we don't hear any criticism. It's like people want to pick and choose, like people who want to pick on the people who are weakest, And I could give an analogy about somebody, but he apologized, so I don't want to stir up anything. And I'm not saying that as if I have the largest platform in the world and it's going to stop the dude from sleeping. The dude is a multimillionaire, so it's not going to affect his life anyway. But I'm reading people say, even if he was a buff dude, he would have gone and slapped him. Yeah, right. Some people are like that, you know. There's a guy in the community. There's a video that many people have commented on, and the dude is like big and tall, and is hollering at a dude who's like a smaller and quite slim, you know, on some I'm ready to throw hands. What's up? But there's another video when it's another brother who's as tall, if not taller, and as big, and the dude talked to him a certain way. We didn't see the same energy. A lot of people they just like to be bullies to people who are weaker or who they perceive as being weaker. And that's not a sign of strength. That's not a sign of being fair. That's not a sign of being unbiased and dealing with issues scholarly. A lot of people just don't consider Kemetic people. And it's true, it's a reality. We are a minority. So for a lot of people, it's open season. We are the people of the book. We are Abrahamic believers. Let's bang on the Kemetic people. It's popular now. It's been popular then. It will surely be popular for a while. And I cannot predict the future, but I feel like, someday eventually it will not be so fly to do that. And we'll see who will have the best laugh or the last laugh. So I won't even say this is a warning. I don't need to say consider yourself warned. But if I take the time to holler back at some people, I mean, Garfield said, At one point, he's like, they're always running when I'm there. And I wrote in the chat, I'm not running. I'm there. I'm waiting to get on the panel. He put me on eventually. I mean, did Garfield invite comedic people and say, I will do a live stream and address your claims? So good to say they're always running. Did you invite them? I mean, we barely get a chance to speak on the platform. It's all good to say that. It's like me now saying, where are all those people? They're always running. I did not invite them. I did not call them. Did not tell them, send them any messages, on any social media to say I'm going to address you and your doctrines. So I don't need to go on acting like, all people always running and stuff like that. So really, I'm glad it's only 1 month to go because my impression is that Garfield doesn't want it. He doesn't want the debate, and he's looking for an escape route. He wouldn't mind if he manages to create a situation where the debate does not happen. And that's my impression. I might be wrong. I have a feeling that's what it is. But I might be wrong about that. Maybe the debate will happen and that would be a good thing, you know? Because before a situation happens, like Mike Tyson says, Mike Tyson said, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. When we see fights, professional or not, we always have some Twitter fingers who say, oh, if it was me, I would have done this, I would have done that. We never seen them in a ring. And people know how to deal with the situation. They would have handled the situation so great, you know. But on the set day of the debate, if that happens, then we'll see. We'll see. And on the real, we know who's preparing Garfield's slide. That's Reggie, right? That's Reggie. I mean, Garfield himself, he showed. I've documented that already. You know, what was it? What was it entitled? Jabari must die, or something like that. And we saw Reggie preparing the slides for Garfield. We saw Reggie put some annotation here. You quote this here. You do that and stuff like that. So that's one of the guy we know will. So that's one of the guy. Reggie is one of the guy that will help Garfield to prepare, and he has helped him in the past anyway. He's going to use some of the stuff that they talked about before. And Garfield probably has other people as well. And there's no rule that says that it's only yourself that needs to come up with the slides and the information. So get all the help you can. Maybe this live stream is a cry for help. You're trying to identify the people who have some disdain for Kemetic people or for Jabari, so you can click with them and then ask them for more information and talk with them so you can have more information. You might lack inspiration. You might not really have any angles. But if you think that just doing that, what you're doing right now, and feeling good because people come and criticize Jabari and Kemetic people will help you for the debate, it will not help you at all. It will give you some unwarranted confidence, and you will end up banging your head against the wall. Because if you think like you're going to go on a debate and say, well, like you've said before, like Garfield said before, well, when it's the Kemetic writings, we can use the Kemetic writing, but when we want to use the Christian writings, we can't use them. You see that double standard? Christian writing? Is it contemporaneous? What language is it? That's a huge difference. The Kemetic writing is in the original Kemetic language, the Medu Neter, and it is contemporaneous to the majority of those rulers. And as a matter of fact, the folk tongue.
Kemet is the greatest empire in history. You don't need to compare. If anybody want to compare, like, we trying to get to Kemet level. Kemet is number one. So we comparing it to other religions is basically saying, hey, we could compare with them. No, we got 3,000 years of documented history. Show me a culture that could show you that. Sumer can't do it. Mesopotamia can't do it. Assyria can't do it. Persia can't do it. The Greeks can't do it.
The Kemetic text, the Kemetic writings predate the Christian writings. I don't want anybody to get it twisted, because by listening to those people, you'll feel like it's the other way around. We cannot help if some people took some concepts, because you don't necessarily just have writings like the great hymn to Aten in comparison with some parts of the book of Psalms, but you have some concepts, and some people will say it's subjective and they can reject it. The Christians, of course, will reject it. You expect Christians to say, oh yeah, well, I can see how they got that concept from Kemet. You expect, no, I don't expect them to say that anyway. But plenty of other people worldwide have um, considered, and they came up to the conclusion that some concepts was taken or influenced and stolen. It's really a semantic game. But some people consider that, okay, it looks like they were influenced by this and by that, and the influence that the writings and the society of Kemet, the empire of Kemet, the influence is not just with the religious text. You know, we have science, we have mathematics. You know, so there's just so much, and sometimes when we quote those things, then oh, here we go, Egypt, everything comes from Kemet. God says everything comes from Kemet. Don't hate, appreciate. If it's a fact, what's wrong with you? You know? So it's like an MC who's at the top. Everybody want to text the throne. And everybody want to send shots. But numbers don't lie. Nobody will dispute their sales. So those writings of Kemet is ancient. They did their thing. They did their thing. But some of you, you were raised a certain way and you hold on to your belief system. Fine. Practice it. You want to be a Christian? Fine. You want to be a Hebrew, Israelite, Jew, Jewish? Fine. You want to be Muslim? You want to practice Islam or Islamism? Fine. It doesn't mean that you need to bang on Kemet because of that, you know? And I want to say this, and please, brothers and sisters, feel free to type that. Anybody that you see getting on some platforms, whether it's Garfield platform or on any other platform where they dischematic people, where they dis Dr. Shekanta Diop, Dr. Theopharo Benga, where they dis Dr. Ben, feel free to leave in the chat. Holla Shaka Ndugu Kemet. Holla Ma forever. Because all those people, who go and like, 10 people who feel the same way, that's easy. That's protective custody. Come and holler at me and let's have fun. Come and holler at me. And feel free to leave that in the chat for the people who are on different panels and also for people who are in the chat talking slick. There's no courage. There's nothing special about you going on the platform of people who don't like Kemetic people and you just spit your game. You read some of those people, you feel like they came up with the greatest insight in the world. You notice when I'm live streaming, they're not there. You know what I'm saying? And they can act like, they can try to belittle me and feel like, I'm not relevant or whatever. But, I consider myself Kemetic. You know, I'm familiar with the Medu nature, you know. So you want to holler at this, holler. You want to holler at, holler, come holler. And people have seen over the years that I don't screen the call and that I allow other people to speak. Now, of course, if they want to tell me that Africans are living a jungle life and Africans are not civilized, I ain't going to waste my time with that. But if they have respect for Africans, if they have respect for black people in general, it's so good. And actually, most of the people who come on my platform anyway, they will not defend those anti-black and anti-African teachings. So only a few did in the past, So it's cool. It's cool. I mean, even people who deal with metaphysics who live on the moon or on Mars, like I like to say, they're not really down to Earth. They don't really live on the planet Earth, or at least not 24/7. There's a few hours of the day where they live elsewhere, somewhere else in the universe, in some other galaxies. I still let them, get their shot, and I tell them I don't feel the same way, but we have a lot of, I mean, we have some brothers who deal with. You remember, for the old heads, the metaphysicians, man, we had a fair bit of people who used to talk about astral projection, Pan African designs, and our power. Wrote, brother, me and you on the same page. Well, brother, feel free to get on the panel because you see, it's important for all of you brothers and sisters to show the support, and sisters as well. Now, usually sisters are not too much in the conversation, but feel free, sisters, and I'm gonna say this, and it's sad to say this, but it's a reality. See, if some of your sisters just come on the panel, even if you don't, talk that much, a lot of brothers are simp anyway. So they will see some of your sisters, and just because they are attracted to you, then they will come there, and ultimately it will help the cause. So this is far from prostitution or pimping, you know what I'm saying? But it will help anyway, you know, it will help. So because I mean, unfortunately, we have some sisters, just because they are cute, they talk some nonsense, and the simp brothers, they be congratulating whatever they're saying and agreeing with whatever they're saying. They're not about the information. They're just trying to hit, and it's just sad. But feel free to show and express your support, by getting on the panel, by leaving some comments, by hitting the thumbs up. How many thumbs ups do I have for this video here? Six likes only. You know, where are all the Kemetic people? Where are all the Kemetic people? You know, what are they looking for? Are they looking for the flyers, the best dressed people, the people who travel the most, or the people who have so many people behind them? If I had 50 people or 100 people behind me, there'd be way more people, you know. But I'm aware, and for those who know, like, for those who know me from way back, they have witnessed how many channels I lost, how many YouTube channels I lost with thousands of subscribers. You know, in 2016, I had a channel with 9,000 subscribers that was terminated by YouTube following the flagging campaign of different Pan Africans and Asiatic black men and so on. So in 2016, I started from scratch, and here I am. And before 2016, before the 9,000 subscribers that I lost many, many thousands of subscribers as well, you know. But besides that, now a lot of people know what's up. Now, some people might feel some type of way because I have said in the past that I feel like, such person who is a priest should know the meta nature more. It is what it is. It's not an attack. It's not disrespectful. As a matter of fact, if people listen to me, it could be argued that I've been defending Jabari more than anything. You know, so I'm not trying to cop please. I don't know him. We haven't spoken, but I've said that not long ago. I'd rather see some shrines than hearing some, Abrahamic believers saying that Africans are living a jungle life, that black means death, that Africans are not civilized, and that they are celebrating the death of Africans. Because you notice you have those people talking about, I went to such and such African country, I'm down for black folks, but you notice how cool they are with those Hebrew Israelites who said that they celebrate the death of Africans. So some people celebrate the death of Africans. Those guys don't have anything to say, but they want to bang on Egyptomaniacs. Um, well, when will you live stream next? I'm in the mood right now. So if you want to do a live stream now, I'd be more than happy to come on your live stream now. Do you have time now by any chance? I'm really in the mood right now. He wrote, you're welcome to come on my platform anytime. I would love to have a conversation with you. So Kemetic people and non-Kemetic people, feel free to show your support and show your presence. Subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell, subscribe to my Twitter page, because I know that not everybody is informed when I'm live streaming, and it happens to other people as well. Not everybody will be reached, because but anyway, so I have the habit, not each and every single time, but I have this habit also of sharing on Twitter when I'm about to live stream. You know what I'm saying? He will give me a second, brother. No problem. Yeah, if we can make that happen now, then it will be lovely. It will be lovely. And I always like the interaction. Really, the committee people, you need to holler. You need to holler. And if you want to engage and defend the Kemetic ways of life, there's a little bit of reading that you will have to do. We cannot just keep repeating what people have said decades ago. You know, because in the list of the people we had Ray Haggins. And I mean, some of you just came to this information recently, and it's not your fault. You come to the information whenever it happens. But Ray Haggins got paid like $3,000 for a debate. He arrived. He did not debate. He embarrassed the community. He did not even apologize or say I'm sorry. You see, Chris left when he had a debate with Pastor Bennett. Afterwards, he explained that he had some personal situation. He might not have said in detail everywhere in any of on every other platform, but on my platform he touched on it, and well, it might have been his platform. I forgot, um, but he apologized for letting people down. You see, at least Ray Haggins embarrassed the comedic community. He did not even apologize, you know. So, but anyway, so good. I don't have beef with Ray Haggins, but this is something that happened. It was really sad, because people thought that Ray Haggins was that dude. Oh man, I'm telling you, you know, because some of you have the zeal, some of you have the drive, and you want to ride for Kemet, you want to ride for traditional African ways of life. But if you just watch some videos on YouTube, at least if you watch documentaries, usually they have scholars, they have PhDs. You know what I'm saying? But if you just come there and just make statements that you cannot back up, that ultimately might be erroneous, then it's not a good look ultimately. So try to take the habit of being able to be able to document what you're saying. If you're saying something, here's a text. That's a good start, because I mean, we have so many people, they tell you so many stuff, but when you ask them where do you get that from, they cannot answer. But I'm not gonna dwell too much about the advices, because people seem to spend most of their time on other channels because they have more people, and ultimately it's a vicious circle. you know I mean, once again, you have the guy who came up and showed the hieroglyphic sign, the hieroglyphic symbol of the arm, and he told y'all this says Allah, and you don't find anything wrong with that. Now, Garfield Jabari, what I'm saying, that's one of the worst thing that was ever said in the conscious community. That the hieroglyphic symbol means Allah. That's one of the most pseudo statement ever made, and it was made back in 2008/2009. I refuted that, and what do I see 10 years later? Somebody comes and sign it to platform and repeat that same lie. Maybe people just like pseudo stuff. Maybe people just like stuff that sound good. They like wordplay, linguistic acrobatics, and linguistic gymnastics. And it's sad. So I'm gonna see what's up with the brother. I might end up going on his platform if he's available, if he has time. Beware of fence riders, brothers and sisters. Some people will claim to be Kemetic, will claim to be down with Kemet, act like they want to, defend Kemet. They're gonna act like they're dissing some Kemetic people because those Kemetic people are not accurate, when really they don't have much love or appreciation or empathy or sympathy for the Kemetic writings or teaching or way of life. They're just using an excuse to diss Kemetic people and the doctrine. I mean, you have people teaching that black people are disfigured. That our phenotype is the essence of ugliness. Strangely, we don't see anybody addressing that. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, not on my watch. You know what I'm saying? Be more specific. Be more specific. Be more specific. You know what I'm saying? You might not just word it this way that you hate on one particular dude, but be more specific. I mean, don't you think in Jabari's organization we have some people who know the meta nature, who are familiar with the meta nature? And then you want to label people Kemetic Christians for real? Ask them if that's what they are. Did they claim that? Did they claim? So people celebrate Kwanzaa, which is plagiarism of Hanukkah, but you don't label them Jewish, but you want to label people Kemetic Christian? No, y'all need to stop. You need to slow down. I'm telling you, man. Females rappers too. Females rappers too. I don't give a f, boo. Everybody can get it. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, you're gonna have to chill, because so far over the years, all those people, they've been groupies. They've been great groupies, and to this day they are still groupies. And they think that because they have a few people on the same page, that it flies. But I don't mean to brag, but I smashed your master teachers already. You know, so you're gonna have to slow down. You really don't want it, because now don't you see they are trying to do damage control now? All the pseudo claims that those guys said, you've been rolling with it like some idiots, like some damn groupies, and you want to bang on Kemetic people talking about Kemetic Christians? Are you serious? Are you serious? Who's been talking about the Hebrews in Kemet? Who said that they were black and then they were not black, and then I backtrack, they were black? Who said that the Hebrews are the Hapiru? Who said that? You damn groupies. For about 10 years straight, you've been groupies, and now you want to act like you want to correct the wrong information? For real? The Fulanis, those are your Hebrews. Abel, Cain, those is this and that. Man, please. We have Claudia Barton in the place to be sure. Blaze up, Shaka. Hey, sister. Those people have been pseudo as hell over the years, and now they want to deal with inaccurate claims in the conscious community, and even till this day, and it's been proven. The video has been removed by Brother Garfield. When I brought up the fake linguist, oh no, don't talk about that. No, please don't do that. Don't talk about him. Please, let's talk about something else. What's up? What's up? Your fake linguist is a plagiarizer. I did not do the demonstration. It wasn't me. It's on Saneta's platform. I gave you the title of the video, you know, okay? And I merely just played an excerpt from it. And they told you there's a longer video where they show more plagiarism. And we have some scholars, some PhDs who want to act like, they want to sound people, they want to school people about method, about scholarship, about academia, but they don't have a problem associating themselves with people like that. And they made some linguistic acrobatics. They admitted that they made some errors, but somehow, some way, it feels like some people cannot talk about it because some people are not competent to talk about this. But it's all good. It is what it is. Nobody's perfect, brothers and sisters. We will make mistakes in our lives. It's not the end of the world. We don't have to come up with some, all different sets of tactics just to get around the the mistake that we've made. So could say, well, I was wrong, I was inaccurate, or that's no longer my stance. And you keep it pushing. You keep it pushing. But you cannot harvest pseudos, plagiarizing liars who's been false flagging, giving themselves a title they never earned. You cannot do that for all these years until today, and then you want to bang on Kemetic people. That's whack. That's lame. That's lame. You can't do that. So beware. Be careful. Controversy sells, you know, and I don't want to do that. But don't force my hand. It's been going on for years. It's been going on for years. This has been going on for years. Reggie, we remember when you gave ammunition to the Hebrew camp when they were about to debate SETI. We remember that. I remember that. That's fence riding. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? So now you're no longer Kemetic now? And it's a shame we don't have the video anymore. It's a shame we don't have the video anymore. It's okay. I'm gonna be cool. I'm gonna be diplomatic. So what's up, Pan African Designs and the Power? Let me know what's good. What's good. Even if you disagree with me, you are free to come on the panel. You are free to come on the panel. Just like you are free to wait after and go in the chat. You know. You know what happened recently? My video about Herodotus. Someone actually, the brother with the southern accent, who asked what people think about some African customs. And I gave a response with that. Is this channel, the owner of that channel. And if you want to find that channel, well, actually, you can just go to the comments on the video about Herodotus. He left some comments, so you have the channel there. But the title of my response, you can put it, and instead of European, then you put African, and the video will come up. Now, Pan African Designs and the Power Road, we will have to do it later. Later, you mean late another day? Fine. It's a shame though, because I would have been able to come on, because I don't really like planning ahead too much, like uh, I mean, I literally have 20 books there on my desk, there, just on my desk, you know. But anyway, so if you go to the comment section of the video about Herodotus, the guy, was trying to, dispute some terms used by Herodotus in the Greek language. So, gave a response, and he said that some DNA tests were done on the mummies of King Tut's family, and it came out that he was, you know what? I can show you better than I can tell you. Because just like some people are trying to label Kemetic people as pseudos, when they show some similarity between the Kemetic text and the biblical text, a lot of people to this day are trying to act like it's crazy to say that the ancient Egyptians were black when we have the depiction from the ancient Egyptians themselves. Do you know what I'm saying? And we have the testimony of Herodotus. So if they want to throw that out of the window, then let them say it clearly. Champollion himself stated that the Egyptians and the Africans were depicted the same, which could not be otherwise. But anyway, you see here, Herodotus Herodotus said that the ancient Egyptians were black. Was he Afrocentric? That's the title of the video. Oh, why is it the comments don't show? All of a sudden, you want to show something and the comments don't appear now. You can see it says 11 comments, but they don't show. Well, let me refresh the page. I don't know what's going on there. Okay, I will look in what's happening when I go on the mobile version. What's going on? Oh, no, it's not the one. Okay, hold on. Go to the one about Herodotus. The comments don't appear. Well, okay, I can tell you what the discussion went like. So, since he said that the DNA on King Tut's family, and King Tut, of course, that's Tutankhamun or Tutankhamen, uh, the DNA result shows that they were Caucasians slash Eurasians. Looks like a full moon. So I shared. Now, I'm not going to show you how you can find that picture. That's the one that I use sometimes as a background picture. You type in Amenophis the third, and then Louvre. You go down. The picture is there already in the research, in the result of Google Image. But you see, you have collection.louvre.fr. You have this first statue, and then the second link here. That's the Louvre Museum's website. And now I'm sharing the link in the chat. Okay. So I wrote, Amenhotep III is from the family of King Tut. Here is a painting from the Louvre Museum. Does he look Caucasian slash um, does it look Caucasian slash Eurasian or African? And then he replied, I saw another depiction of Amenhotep III where he looked darker. Could one of them have been doctored? So then I told him, look, I took the time to read and answer to your messages. I asked you only one question and you refuse to answer. And I suspect that it's in bad faith. And then I put, that's it for me. And I blocked him. And if someone is blocked, he cannot delete his messages. The messages should appear because he shows us his 11 messages. James Powell wrote that he said, let me see if mine will show. You're making many people look like haters or liars. But yeah, let me know if he shows. It's probably it's probably that YouTube is a bit dysfunctional for a short while. It might be resolved. But here it is. Amenhotep III. You see. Now this is French, of course. I mean, you even have like you see here English. Okay, well, even when you put English, they have it in French. But here, mural painting, Peinture murale, mural painting. Is it showing? Yes. This is the date, minus 1391 to minus 1353. So that's around 1300 BC. Now, you see that it says Amenhotep the third. Why does it say Amenophis sometimes? Because that's a Greek way. Amenophis is the Greek way of Amenhotep. Okay. Now, place of provenance, lieu de provenance means place of provenance. KV 22. Now, those who are familiar, KV stands for King Valley. King Valley 22. Many of the rulers of Kemet have been buried in the Valley of the Kings. So, Valley of the Kings, that's KV. So, it's number 22. So, we hear a lot of people talking about, um, all these Abrahamic patriarchs. But when it comes to Kemet, those rulers, you have KV and you have all these numbers. If we have KV 22, it means that we have at least 22 tombs. And it's probably a lot more. So their historicity is for the most part attested. But anyway, tomb of Amenhotep III, and here is the French for Valley of the Kings. And they even give you a precision, a detail. Valley de l'Ouest means Valley of the West. And this is like the reference, like the Louvre Museum reference. Okay. Now you have two different references because, as a matter of fact, you have this painting here, and here you have those two as well. Now it's a bit darker. It's up to the person that took the picture. But you see here it's slightly lighter. But you have the one on the top that we cannot really see too well. So the Louvre Museum, one of the largest museums in the world, one of the most visited museums in the world. I did not put that there. But when I asked the dude, does it look Caucasian side? See, that's the games they play. Just like the artifact in the Louvre Museum, where you have a deity, a god, and a king. They are facing each other. In the description, it says that they are kissing. And in the same room, you have another depiction where you have two people facing each other, and the description says they are facing each other. So in one description they are kissing, in another one they are facing each other. So somebody's gonna write about that artifact in the Louvre Museum, and you can say in the Louvre Museum we have an artifact, and it portrays two people, two men kissing. Or the description says that the two men are kissing. But if you look at the artifact, they are not kissing. Their lips are not touching. So some people will say, well, according to the DNA results, the family of King Tut are of Caucasian slash Eurasian descent. But when we look at the artifact of one of the most powerful ruler of Kemet, this is what it looks like. And we still have to this day some people who make videos and talk about the Afrocentric claims of Dr. Sheikh Diop, who stated, who argued, who claimed that the ancient Egyptians were black. They were not black. We had, however, some black pharaohs, the 25th dynasty. What have I been doing all these years? I what what have I been doing all these years? All these different museums. Don't think this is the only one I can show you that look black. But some of you will not take the time necessarily to scroll through the videos. I have some more coming though, and there's other museums that I want to go to. And amazingly, the people who clearly look Caucasian, Caucasoids, pale, white skinned, some people are trying to make them black. And they will also use DNA. So we have some cultural appropriation on both sides. You know the famous E1B1E, E1B1A, E1B1B, whatever that is. In the conscious community, we have some experts in DNA now, in genetics now. We have their depiction. I'm looking for the picture. Okay. Um, but it's okay. That's from Manu Mpin's website. Because I don't know if it says in the description. It's okay. Let me share the link. That reproduction was made by someone called Lepsius. Manu Mpim says that we do actually have the picture. You see here? Now we don't see too well because it appears that a flash was used or that a flashlight was there, you know. As a matter of fact, a brother sent me a picture that he took himself. And that's the clearest picture that I've seen of this artifact. But Manu Mpim says that it is indeed from Ramses III's tomb, and this table of nations are accurately represented in the reproduction color drawings of the scene by Seth and Lepsius. Lepsius. So I thought it was only Lepsius, but now Manu Mpim says that it is Seth and Lepsius. Did I share the link in the chat? Yes, I have. So all those people who say that Sheikh was an Afrocentric, A, the Egyptian seen by himself, black type, Remech, B, Amu, the Indo-European, which really would be the Asiatic, Nehisi, C, that's the other blacks in Africa, and we see that the other blacks of Africa and the Egyptian, they look the same. And then we have D, the Semites. So this is indeed a reproduction. Now let me look for the picture that the brother sent to me. I forgot. Um, I'm just looking for the picture. Shouldn't be too long before I find it. Oh no, here. Okay, so now there it is. So I was in the wrong folder. Some people want some feel good scholarship. People, go through the text, go through the languages, but it's not sexy. You want some linguistic acrobatics, linguistic gymnastics. Oh, dang. Did I put it in that folder? Hold on. I will look for it. I will look for it. I have time. It's not that, brother. Could it be that, brother? Apparently not. Could it be that one? No. Oh, it was a group class. Okay. Let me see if I saved it. Okay, so feel free in the meantime to leave some comments or questions. Try to, participate. Let's have some interaction. Sure, we'll find it. Ah, probably that, brother. So if I go there, Okay, so not that one. Fine. I'll find it now. Take the time necessary. There's no rush. I have the time. I can't stand when I refer to something and I cannot show and prove and demonstrate. Um, I must have placed it in another folder. I'm still looking for it. Hmm. Still looking for it. Was it that long ago? Okay. It might not have been attached because sometimes you can send an email and you can include the picture inside of the email. Because I was looking for email with picture attached. So because now that's too far back, so I don't think, that's too far back here. Too many months away. So I will simply view the emails. Well, I don't think I will find it. Kills me. It kills me. But I'll still look for it. And once again, feel free if you have comments or questions, or even if you want to get on the panel. Once I'm done, I will review the comments and I will see if somebody wants to get on the panel. Now, I don't remember the brother's username. Okay, what date? I have to go to my videos now to have some you of indication of dates. That's after I went to Denmark. I'm not mistaken. No, not Denmark. The Amsterdam. Amsterdam. So that was 2 months ago. Oh no, I did not delete the message. Oh, we have Brother Chris in the place to be. You've missed my what could be described as a rant. I'm looking for a picture from the tomb of Ramesses III. A brother took a picture there. We are used to the reproduction made by Lepsius. And as a matter of fact, just so that people know what I'm looking for, I'm looking for the original of this. It was a few months back though, so I'm just searching. I believe I'm not finding this picture. Maybe it was that brother. Let's see. I think it was him. So if I go there and type that, haha, it was that brother. Thanks. Seek and you shall find. So let me download this. There it is. Um, take the top part. There it is. And I'll put that. This time I will send it to myself so I won't struggle to find it. So let me see. AV22, Board of Nations. And let me share it and then I'll send it to myself so I won't struggle again. It takes so much time to find it. It was sent to me months ago. Now let's share. See that? That's a region. That's the original. Brother managed to sneak in that picture. So let me send the stuff to myself. It's the longest. I think it's probably the longest I took to find a picture. Boom. That's it. All right. So now that I've shown that, I will go back to this one from Manuel Mpin's website. I'm gonna call us Afrocentric, as if we are making stuff up, as if we are reaching. Now that Diop is gone, people want to make fun of him. People want to act like he's pseudo, like he was pseudo. We have plenty of depictions of black ancient Egyptians. Black, dark brown, brown, plenty. People don't have a clue. And people love to regurgitate and repeat what they've heard online. Some people feel like we are tripping. And then, of course, we have people who don't know anything at all about the Medu Neter or actually foreign language, period, and they want to act like, we don't know what the Medu Neter said, you know. Or some people like to say, those white people who came up with who gave us the Medu Neter, you know, who gave you the Hebrew language? Was it your grandfather and grandmother? and they pass on the tradition to you. So Sanetta and Reggie will not be in good terms for a couple of days or maybe a couple of weeks, and then they're gonna be cool. I see some weak points being made, and then people in the chat cheerleading. Yeah, great, you made a great point. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Weak, anonymous, unidentified individuals who follow European tradition. They talk all that black talk. They talk all that black talk, and they follow European traditions. And they have the nerve to try to act like Kemetic people follow European doctrine. That's just crazy. That's just real crazy. It's not gonna fly forever, I'm telling you. Keep getting comfortable, you know? Keep getting comfortable. Keep being slick, disrespectful, and sideways, you know? And you might end up feeling some wrath. And it might not come from me. You're gonna have to chill. It's just really getting out of hands right now. It's really getting out of hands. And to claim that it is for the people, to claim that it is for the people, if you do that under the guise of Christianity as Christian apologists or allies of Christian apologists, I'm like, all right, I understand. But to claim that you do that for the people, as if there's danger for the people because they are part of a cult. Scientology is not a cult, but people who deal with the Kemetic way of life is a cult. And it's a cult allegedly because they are making correlation between Christianity and the Kemetic writings, as if it is made up, as if it is far-fetched. And those people who have far-fetched hypotheses and theories, you defend them. No matter what you remember out of this live stream, brothers and sisters, and for those who will not catch the live stream, for those who will watch the video, remember, I brought up the fake linguist, the plagiarizer, and Garfield defended him. Garfield kicked me out of the platform because I brought that up. He will not speak on that. He will not criticize his master teacher because he called him his master teacher live on the air before. Your own master teacher is plagiarizing, and that has been documented. You will not say a word about that, but then you want to go at Jabari and Kemetic people and make fun of them? Are you serious, brother? Are you serious, brother? But I'll wait. It's only 1 month to go for the debate with Jabari. I don't want to be instrumental of anything that will lead to the debate not happening. I want the debate to happen. I want it to happen. I don't think Garfield wants the debate to happen. I think he's looking for an escape route, you know, because to me, it really looks like he's scared and he's looking for an excuse to get away from the debate, you know. So it's only 1 month to go. I might be patient for 1 month, And after that debate, man, I might be on some zero tolerance mode. I might get into some zero tolerance mode, which means that I might decide to bring some scrutiny into the claims of other parties, you know? And that will get me plenty of views anyway. I don't wish to do that, but I might end up doing that. I might end up doing that because people are doing way worse. People are saying way worse, saying stuff that are way more pseudos, and it's not addressed. But there is this focus on the Kemetic ways of life. Even using the term Egyptomaniacs alone, that's foul. That's foul. Because when you say
Kemet
that,
is the greatest empire in history. You don't need to compare. If anybody want to compare, like, we trying to get to Kemet level. Kemet is number one. So we comparing it to other religions is basically saying, hey, we could compare with them. No, we got 3,000 years of documented history. Show me a culture that could show you that. Sumer can't do it. Mesopotamia can't do it. Assyria can't do it. Persia can't do it. The Greeks can't do it.
and what's wrong if someone wants to compare the Kemetic writing with the Christian writing or the biblical writing? What's wrong with that? Scholars have been doing that for years. Scholars have been doing that for years. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? It's not allowed just because why is it that people don't like it? Why do they get in their feelings? It'd be easier, if some people come out and say, I'm a Christian apologist or I'm a Christian, period. It obviously bothers some people so much when people make comparison between the Kemetic writings or Kemetic concepts and the biblical concept, because some people are trying to be slick now. Now, even Kemetic, the term Kemetic, people are trying to get away from it now when it suits them, to make talking points. It's not just straight plagiarism. Word for word, you will not find consistently word for word the same sentences. That goes without saying. Plagiarism in academia is not only word for word exactly, but the concepts. It's a reality. It's not far fetched, but it's all good. Somebody has a job to demonstrate that. Many books were written about this, you know. So it's all good. It's not just one author who dealt with that. Not only one author that dealt with that. So now people talk about cult as if it's dangerous. Talking about a cult as if it's dangerous. For real? Are you serious? All of that because you have a personal issue. Be specific if you want to deal with a particular person and say his name, or just to make sure that people, but to allow people to come on your platform and to claim that it's for the people, so that people can come and disrespect Kemetic people and bang on Kemetic people. I take issue with that. I take issue with that. I mean, people like me and others, we take the time to study foreign languages. We take the time to go through the text. We go through the books. We go to the museum. And you guys in here quoting from websites, putting PowerPoints together, and then want to be slick and disrespectful? For real? And I give one simple example, the great hymn to Aten. And when I mentioned that, we have the same thing in Psalm, and ask, isn't that a case of plagiarism? You won't even have the integrity to admit, yes, that's plagiarism. You come up with some new term now. That's being disingenuous. But that's bad faith. What will you admit? You can't even say, okay, I give you that one. So what's your real motive? The dude brought out that his daughter was violated without giving any specifics. Is we supposed to just take your word for it, right? So your daughter gets violated and you state that publicly, but you don't deal with the dude that did whatever happened to your daughter? And you spend all this time talking about another dude? Hassan Campbell, one of the biggest reproach that was made against him is that rather than addressing mainly Africa Bambaataa, he used to address so many other people around Africa Bambaataa because he stated that Africa Bambaataa molested him or abused him. So if somebody violated your someone's daughter, why don't you deal with that person? Because now it's being made public. He made that public. He stated that publicly. He stated that publicly. Garfield stated that publicly. And the guy is now a priest in one of these shrine. So if your daughter was violated, why don't you? It's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna. I don't want to sound aggravated. I don't want to sound aggravated, but it's been going on for a while. It's been going on for a while, and the double standard that when I bring up somebody that is a known fraud, that is a known fraud that does domestic plagiarism and international plagiarism, multilingual plagiarism, you're going to defend it. Oh, no, no, let's not talk about that. For real? Nah, man. So, Reggie, for the record, since you are not Kemetic, what are you? What are you since you are not Kemetic? You've been riding the fence for years. Nutri for Wellness wrote, I think Garfield beef is he wants attention. Oh, it's deeper than that. He has the attention. Garfield has a large platform. Earlier, he had like 200 people uh, watching his live stream. You know, now he probably has 300. Now he used to do the credit repair, and he used to have like these um, this text message list. He would tell people, give me your give me your phone number so I can give you a text message. So he has a database of people. But right now, there's 250 people watching his live stream. So he doesn't need the attention. He doesn't need the attention. It's deeper than that. It's deeper than that. If you are fair, if you are objective, when I bring when I bring up his friend, his master teacher being a fraud, he will not stop me from talking about it. He will not defend him. He's not doing that for the people. He claims he does that for the people. He's not. That's a proof. Okay, that's your homie. You know him. You have a relationship with him. Fine. Okay. But why would you stop people from talking about it? James Powell wrote, family, be careful of some of our so-called scholars. Yes, because many of our so-called scholars, some of them have PhDs, they are cool with the fake holiday Hanukkah. The fake African holiday is not an African holiday, it's a Jewish holiday. It's a plagiarism from Jewish holiday. Nutri for Wellness wrote, Garfield beef with Jabari started after Vince Bantu and Jabari debate. I don't know when it started. And it doesn't matter much to me when it started. It doesn't even matter to me if that beef lasts for until the end of time, until both parties transition or one of the two transition. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't bother me if that beef lasts for 20 years or 40 years. But let it be a beef between Garfield and Jabari. Let it not be open season. My platform is there for all the people who want to bang against Kemetic people and try to make fun of them. Because it's easy to quote other people and play what they say and deal with is it accurate or not. It will take a little bit of time, but it could be stretched out and it could be series. It could be plenty of videos. It could be funny because I heard a lot of funny claims. But for the record, we have seen that you are, Garfield, you are defending a fraud, a liar, a plagiarizer. So you are not in a moral position to tell us, what is a cult and what is not. You are part of a cult. I can accuse you of that. Nutrient for Wellness is asking me. He had a live stream. He deleted the video, and there's a reason why he did that. You know. And when I brought up him, when I brought up his homie being a fraud, a plagiarizer, he put me out of the. He did not want me to address it allegedly because oh no, that's not what we're talking about. People, that's the talking point some people like to do. Oh, that's not the subject. That's not what we're talking about. And I guarantee you, somebody comes and talks about Jabari's family members, Jabari's school, Jabari's trip, anything else about Jabari is going to be cool. Nobody's going to say, "Oh no, that's not the topic. We're not talking about." Come on, man. So you want to say that Jabari's organization is a cult? You know what I'm saying? I could accuse her of being part of a cult. The guy's a plagiarizer, a liar, disrespecting Sheikh Diop, saying that he gets and disrespecting PhDs in linguistics, talking about this is how you do the work, and you defend that. Why do you defend frauds? Now you heard Reggie was trying to disassociate himself from it. So if Reggie didn't know, and I'm sure he knew, but in presuming that he didn't know, he's listed on the website. So he can ask for removal from the website. So there's no confusion or misunderstanding about him being down with a team that's cool with a plagiarizer. I mean, for real. We have the quotes from the different books that were that were plagiarized. Why don't you speak on it? Since I brought it up, why don't you speak on it? So that's what's cool now. That's going to be black scholarship now. Black scholarship. Okay, you plagiarize. It's cool. These team efforts. These team efforts. For real? Oh no. And they act as if it never happened, as if it doesn't exist. It's not convenient. James Paul Power wrote, it was personal beef between them, and Matt, you are right. Now it's open season on Jabari. That's not right. Well, it's been open season on Jabari for a very long time. But the difference is that there's been a shift. Before it was Jabari or Jabari and his organization and his shrine, because you heard Reggie saying shrine, shrine, shrine. He used to say shrine so many times, we knew exactly who he was talking about. But now it's Achaemenid people now. And I take issues at that. We have some Hebrew Israelites, GMS. We don't really hear about them any like that, and they stated publicly on tape in front of cameras that they are cool with having sex with underage girls who are under 18. teenagers. I mean, you can be a teenager at 18, 19, but you know, I forgot the age that they said, but forgot if they said 16 or less or 12, 13, you know, and we don't put that on all the Hebrew Israelites. Nutri for Wellness wrote Garfield is still live on, or he started a new one. He stopped the live stream that he deleted to create a new one. That's what he did. Nutri for Wellness wrote, I unsubscribed from him months ago. I mean, he's free to address any topic he wants, but he's disingenuous, he's biased, he's unfair. And yeah, I will leave it there. I could say so many other things, but I don't want to trip about it. But it's very funny. It's very funny, you know, that you will label Jabari and his organization as a cult, but you defend fraudulent activity. That's what you have done today, Garfield. You're defending, you're protecting fraudulent activity. You make all those videos. I want all the smoke. Those are your peeps. Those are the people you associate yourself with. This is your master teacher. You don't want all the smoke. When we bring the smoke to you, you kick people out. You don't want no smoke. You kick people out. Now, yeah, I was back on. Then I was kicked out again. Then I was back on. But then you don't want to touch on that. You don't want to address that. So I have to talk about something else. But I'm telling you, whoever calls to bang at Jabari about anything surrounding around Jabari, it's open season. It's all good. Yes, he's biased. I mean, come on now. You don't want the smoke, Garfield. You definitely don't want the smoke. When he came on my platform, he was not talking that Egyptomaniac stuff.
Kemet is the greatest empire in history. You don't need to compare. If anybody want to compare, like, we trying to get to Kemet level. Kemet is number one. So we comparing it to other religions is basically saying, hey, we could compare with them. No, we got 3,000 years of documented history. Show me a culture that could show you that. Sumer can't do it. Mesopotamia can't do it. Assyria can't do it. Persia can't do it. The Greeks can't do it.
Is that the smoke? Some people try to act like, when the fake language came on, just because I greeted the dude. Now, greeting is wrong in the so called conscious community. I told him to his face he's a liar. That has been a fraud. And I've said that years ago. You know. Now he's been having Garfield says he want all the smoke. Where was the smoke? Where was he? When he came on my platform, he knew better. He knew better. All that smoke he has now, right now, on his channel, and that will continue anyway. It's not going to stop today, and it's been like that for a while. When he came on my platform, where was all that smoke about Egyptomaniacs? Some people are like fork tongues. They don't stand on any solid ground. They're not consistent. Man, he said that his next book was going to be about Kemetic people. But the sad thing is that all of this stems from some personal issue because of a chick that you used to date. Because of a chick you used to date, and he said it. Jabari didn't go into details. He said, I know some things you don't know. I know somebody. Then Garfield came on, mad as hell. Yeah, he's talking about that girl I used to date. Went to him, his organization. All of this because of one of your ex-girlfriend, Garfield. I mean, damn, man. That's the legacy you want to leave? Garfield. Is this really the legacy you want to leave? Because of one of your ex-girlfriend? You're doing all this agitation? And now, just like I think it was a few days ago, You stated that your daughter was violated by someone. You said that publicly. What does it mean, violated? You go online, you say you want all the smoke. You put Egyptomaniacs, you put Hebrew Israelites, you put different people's name, and you say you want all the smoke. Someone violates your daughter, you don't want all the smoke now? I mean, as a man, when it comes to character, you want all the smokes about these writings, about these historical claims and religious texts, but you don't have all the smoke for your own daughter? You put it out there loosely so people can, work their imagination. This is a cult. This group is bad, and one of those dudes violated my daughter. What do you mean by violated? Who was it? Garfield, you didn't have a problem saying that mighty Hebrew. You know what? I will look for the video again to show what you didn't have a problem saying, just so that people can see. I'm sharing the link. I'm not even putting any title for the link. And now let's listen up. Let's listen to what he didn't have a problem saying. Live on the air, publicly.
We have no idea by the name of Nazi Yashavel, another minors. He was why sexual misconduct by a stupid judgment call by a judge caused Bill Cosby to be released. Was he guilty or innocent? I don't know. But he was released. Since I've been a part of this conscious community, sexual misconduct has been condemned and vilified almost unanimously. We saw the rise and fall of Dr. York. We had Hebrew Israelite, the brother by the name of Mighty Hebrew. He was convicted, I think, twice for sexual behavior against minors. He was widely condemned by the Hebrew Israelite community, but apparently forgiven by the Israelites, because I see him all over the place right now on everybody's channel. Another brother by the name of Nazi Yashavel, another Israelite, also involved in sexual misconduct with a minor. We have no idea where this brother is, but he's been sheltered somewhere by an Israelite group.
Okay.
So, Garfield stated publicly that mighty Hebrew was convicted, he thinks, twice for sexual misconduct with a minor. That mighty Hebrew guy, I think he was on Senator's platform yesterday. So, if you want to do this for the people and tell them about the dangers of cults, why you did not address that? Because apparently he was not forgiven only by the Hebrew Israelites. So because Jabari knew one of your ex-girlfriend, you're gonna make all this agitation, but a dude who was convicted twice for sexual misconduct with minors, you don't have any criticism? You've been on Saneta's platform. Saneta today called you a bitch. Sorry for quoting. You have an opportunity to get back. And I'm not saying that as if I want to see drama between the two. They'll make up. They always beef and make up, you know. Saneta is known for that, you know. So they'll be cool. But people don't have they don't have priority, it appears, you know. Well, Nutri for Wellness will Jabari need to just ignore him. Well, that's kind of what he's doing, but they have an upcoming debate, and I think after that debate is done, if it happens, then that will be it, you know. Brother James, feel free to speak, brother. You're muted, brother. You're muted. Thanks for calling in, brother. You're muted again, by the way. Yeah, no problem. Take your time, brother. So you've heard it, brothers. And he talked about another Hebrew Israelite, and he said the name as well, you know. Now, the other one, we haven't really heard about him like that. But the mighty Hebrew, he's been on Zion Lex channel. He's been on Zionet's platform. Apparently, it's all good. So the expiration date, that I alluded to amongst the conscious community, amongst Pan Africans, you can torture black women, you can rape black women or children, you know, or do sexual misconduct because that's not specific. And
Oh,
after that time period, it's cool. Yeah, go ahead, brother. Feel free.
yo, peace, man. My bad. I had just a call as soon as I got on. But yeah, man. I just want to say you ain't too far off based on your observation of what's going on. I've been having the same observation, and particularly with Brother Reggie. People don't know that this is like you said, been going on for years. So we have several years of an observation of all of these people that we're basically interacting with online. But their behavior and their character starting to show, and who they really actually are, their real purpose or agenda is actually coming out. Whereas in the beginning they were kind of in the closet, or really just hiding in the bushes as far as like who they really were. That's what it kind of seems like to me. So when you talk about Garfield, at one point they were all pro Kemet, and now you see a shift into, it seems like he reverted back into Christianity once he found the way to attack it. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of gonna it's basically it's a war that we're dealing with within our own people, but it's an intellectual war based on historical ideologies that each one of us have. You know what I'm saying? So you trying to say like, okay, well, I'm gonna be cool with the Hebrew guy. Well, really, a Hebrew person is, whether they look like us or not, they're our historical enemies, and they treat us as such. So when like Brother Reggie comes and says, "I'm going to help Garfield," you're helping a Christian or Abrahamic faith against the African spirituality, which Dr. Clark and Dr. Benton spoke about African spirituality in countless videos. So I'm trying to figure out, really, like you said, where is Brother Reggie at in the whole equation of this situation?
Like,
What side of the fence is he on?
and,
And from what we see, it's anti African spirituality, which is
he
what
was
which his teachers actually push. We can go and show many videos of Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben talking about spirituality. What that looks like is up to us to determine. So if he's saying that, okay, man, I want to check Jabari because I think if he is going to be a priest, that he needs to be able to read the language, that's fine. But that doesn't have anything with the personal attacks. And the way that you're doing this, you're really bringing down the whole community behind something that you have personal. And I'm right here in America. So for you to see this all the way across the fucking Atlantic, then that means that this shit is not something that we're excuse my language, this is not something that's in our a figment of imagination.
and like you said, a lot of people don't know that. But like you said, it's been going on for years.
Right.
It's been going on for years. One time, Sanjeti is not my best friend. You know, we were cool when I was affiliated with a squad, until the squad allowed people to teach that Africans are living a jungle life and Africans are not civilized and black means death. And that's where we parted ways, you know. So ever since, we haven't really been, in communication, you know. And
Right.
unfortunately, Sanjeti is cool with the plagiarizer as well, you know. And Sanjeti talks about Ma'at in the Medu Nature and having character. So in passing, Sanjeti, what's up? You talk about Ma'at, your homie. He's a plagiarizer.
Also,
What's up with that?
he
But that
uses
being
the
said, that being said, Sanjeti called. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I will let you speak as usual. He called, and I think it was Sanetta's platform when Reggie was on, and he told Reggie, you have to stop. You doing that all the time. You go against two camps and you watch them fight, and you've been doing that for the longest and stuff like that. He said, stop doing that. He called it not. He called Reggie out for that, and Reggie was like, well, uh, if you have a problem with me, then you get your elders to call my elders. He's pulling up on you, like Bertman said on the Breakfast Club. He's pulling up on you. We don't need to holler at your elders. I mean, you behave a certain way or you make certain statements, and then you want us to holler at your elders for what? We're hollering at you. And like you said, Brother James, he loves to say, I was with Clark, I was Dr. Ben, and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But you can't be with every single person on the planet Earth. That's besides the point. What do you stand on? What is your philosophy? What is your doctrine? What is your worldview? Are you Kemetic or not? Because today, have you heard it, Brother James? Were you there when he started saying, "Oh, Kemetic is a term that the"? Have you heard that part?
no. Where is this going on at on Garfield's channel?
Yeah, because I don't know if you
Okay,
if
let
you're
me let
aware
me
of that.
explain something to you,
Yeah,
Shaka.
yeah.
I unsubscribed to Garfield probably a year ago. Once
Mm.
I peeped out the play that he's basically reverted back to Christianity, I have to I had to remove myself from that type of thought.
Hold
But
on.
I understand. Let me say that that's definitely important that we monitor these people. And I sometimes am conflicted on should I have so we can keep these type of thoughts in check. And I appreciate what you're doing, but I just couldn't do it no more. You know what I'm saying?
I understand, brother. When you said he reverted back to Christianity, is this something he stated publicly?
No, it's just an observation.
Oh, okay,
Like
I get it. Yeah,
why would you be pushing this particular type of information if you're not supporting that type of history? You see what
yeah.
I'm saying? So you look back, you look on, and you say, well, what is his angle on trying to? We know the chronology of history, which is all we're really focused on. We want to know what was first, second, third, fourth, and fifth. That is the simplicity of just knowing the chronology of history. After you get that somebody was here 2 or 3 thousand years ago, you have to discard whatever anybody wrote after that fact.
Hmm.
Because Europeans gave us a history or a worldview of Adam and Eve, the flood. That this is the history that they gave us. So once you find out that somebody's 2,000 years ahead and someone was writing, had a system in place that it was your own, you discard that history. So I don't understand why even we're even having to go in these circular conversations about stuff that we've already come to a conclusion as being chronologically second, third, or fourth.
Hmm. And what's interesting is that he paid Richard Carrier, but it's not wrong with paying scholars per se. I'm not aware of him paying black scholars, but that's something else. But um, Richard Carrier came in very comfortable, and probably underestimated Jabari. You know, maybe he spoke on Jabari based on what Garfield told him. You
Mm-hmm.
know, or maybe based on one or two clips that Garfield might have shared to him. You know, so he made all the statements towards Jabari. Jabari said he's down, he's ready. Jabari stated publicly that his people contacted Richard Carrier for a debate, and we haven't heard anything since. So it looks to me like Richard Carrier doesn't want it. So it shows that you have a PhD who started some. Don't start none, won't be none. He started some, but when it's time, for an intellectual confrontation, you know, is nowhere to be found. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So I mean, dang. But brother, I mean, maybe if you're doing something, I understand. But please, if you don't mind, can you
Yeah, yeah,
try to
yeah.
keep?
Just
Yeah,
give me a second.
yeah. Thank you. Yeah, just so that people can not accuse me for being biased or anything. But yeah, we don't hear from Richard Carrier. So Richard Carrier, what's up? You know, you talk all that talk about Jabari. He's ready to debate you, Dr. Carrier. He stated that. We haven't heard anything since. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, one thing that I want to kind of touch on, maybe we could talk about this history because it seems like I remember you I want to say about 2010. When you had your YouTube channel and you were breaking down the information. I mean, as far as the hieroglyphs and stuff like that, I had subscribed to you back then. Back then we were well, you guys, because you and Seti were pretty much the only people. And then you had a who okay, if you would use the chronology of the internet as far as people jumping on YouTube, who would you say was like the first person that you recognized as being on the internet trying to wake our people up historically?
Oh, it's difficult to say because you had many different channels. But even before YouTube, the big thing was the message boards. You know, or
Okay.
forums. That was the big thing. I don't know if people recall. You had, I think, Planet. You had BET as well. People had profiles. The big thing was MySpace before
Right.
Facebook. MySpace was the big thing. And on MySpace, I used to share, different messages, and people will ask me, to share those messages as well with them. And so we had Google Video, and then YouTube came in. And when YouTube came in, the time limit was 10 minutes. So
Right.
when people
And
wanted to up,
no monetization. I
no,
mean,
no,
you
no, that was way before the monetization.
right,
So actually, I think YouTube came in either late 2004 or sometime around 2005.
right.
Uh, and Facebook, I think, came around that time as well. But at the beginning, Facebook, you will go on Facebook and you will have the page that says, you need to register. As actually, when I first thought Facebook was like, like some gay community, because I was like, it's probably the first website that I see. You go on there and they require you to just have to log in, to register. Now you go to Facebook, you have the page, you can do search. But back then you have to have an account, so I didn't even know what Facebook was about. But anyway, when you wanted to upload like some documentary, you will have to split the video. So you had, 5 or 6 parts, for an hour documentary, or sometimes more than that. So that was back then. And when YouTube
Okay, you
started
talking about on YouTube or
on YouTube,
okay,
Google Video, you could upload like a 3-hour video, no problem. And Google Google Video doesn't exist anymore.
right.
Even after they stopped the upload of videos, the videos that were already uploaded, they were still available. You could share them, you could give a link to them. But after a while, everything was removed.
Right.
So a lot of the videos that were on Google Video, people had to basically re-upload them and split them. So I
Right.
remember there's this tab video. There's a lot of videos from Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben, many people of different school of thoughts, and you see tab video, you know, because they had a lot. That's just the name of the website, maybe tabvideo.com.
Okay.
And eventually Sanetta came on, you know, and Sanetta had many different channels. I remember he had Sanetta
Okay, wait,
7.
slow down, Shaka. So you saying no, what I'm asking you is from a YouTube perspective. Now, I appreciate that history pre-YouTube because that was
Mm,
great. But
mhm.
when you got aware of the YouTube, was it anybody on here before you, or what I'm saying? How early were you in that
Yeah,
process
yeah,
of
yeah.
jumping on
What, what,
YouTube?
what, what I'm trying to say is that early on YouTube, people will upload lectures from
Of
our
Dr.
scholars.
Clark,
That,
Dr.
yeah, Dr.
Ben.
Clark. Yeah. So you could see it was from VHS that it was
Right.
converted. And tabvideo.com, I think, was one of the website.
That's Brother
And
Clemson Brown.
yeah, I mean, I don't know him personally, but probably if you know him,
Yeah, the elder Clemson Brown. He has a
yeah,
channel
you know,
Transatlantic.
and
He
and
has a
and
great channel. You should probably subscribe if you want to subscribe to.
yeah, and maybe if you don't mind, putting the link in the chat for me.
Okay.
You have also what's again, Gio Nobles. His TV programs, his TV interviews were being uploaded. You know what I'm saying? And other TV programs. So first, that's what we had. Then we started having people of different school of thoughts, like Moorish. Actually, I even shared back then a Moorish video. It was Tash Tariq Bey. You know what I'm saying? Very popular. that video. I forgot the title now. And then eventually have some Hebrew Israelites, and then you have and then I started seeing videos from Sanetta. So Sanetta is probably one of the first one that I've seen, but Sanetta will upload other people's video. That's the time with Sanetta you wouldn't even see his face. You only know his voice. You know what I'm saying? So I would see Phil Valentine and stuff like that. Now, when it comes to SETI, 2008, everybody was Kemetic. SETI was like on top of the game of the conscious community.
Hold on. Let
But
me ask you this, Shaka. You saying that Sinetta was uploading videos before SETI's presence online?
from my observation, yes.
Yeah, see, my chronology is different from yours because
Mm.
SETI was online first, as far as YouTube.
Well, I cannot tell you when SETI came on YouTube. All I
Yeah.
can say is that I used to see a lot of videos uploaded by Sanetta, and once again, we wouldn't see his face. We
Okay.
just hear him.
What year you subject? I mean, what year would you say that would be? Probably what? That's pre 2008. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Okay. Yeah.
yes. And SETI used to be, and I forgot the name of that social network, which is called Ning, Ning. Back then, just like now, you have TikTok, you have what's the name, Snapchat, whatever. When it's something new, a lot of people go to it. So
Hmm.
Ning was a social network. Basically, it allowed you to have your own social network. So many people did that, and there was one. I think, oh, Liberation. There was Liberation in the name, and I think it's a young brother from Detroit. And from what I understand, he used to be on that platform, and there was a disagreement with some morals, disagreement of uh, teachings, and then said he came up with what was the title again? Fake Moorish teaching or something like that, you know. And that was highly successful, you know, because people didn't have a clue that those Moorish guy who talked about the law and stuff like that, that they had so many strange teaching saying that black means death and white means purity.
Hmm.
And later on down the line, as we know, said he had a debate with Alim Bey.
Right.
Before the debate between Seti and Alim Bey, Saneda went into the street and asked people, who do you think you will win? And most people were like, yeah, Alim Bey, Alim Bey, Alim Bey. And Alim Bey got destroyed. It was just a slaughter. It was just, you had to feel sorry for Alim Bey. And then the
Now,
rest is
hold on. Let
history.
me ask you this, Shaka. Is that the video where they sitting on the couch inside Netta's house with the
No,
two?
that one was
That's the
Seti.
first time I think he went to New York right there.
Oh, well, maybe for a debate. But this one, no, this one was light work. That was Sabir Bey and someone called Brooklyn Intelligence. You
Right.
know, now Sabir Bey is still doing transatlantic productions. Okay, I see. Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
And well, I'm going to share the link in the chat for the people. So I'm going to put
Yeah, but he was the videographer for a lot of those lectures, Elder Clemson Brown. So what he started to do was upload all of his VHSs to YouTube, so that
yeah,
way his family can get the monetization or get the money off of his work.
yeah,
Because he was videotaping Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben, Rickety Almond. He
mm,
even went to Africa with them to do some videography work. So that's a good
mm,
channel as far as archiving the history pre internet for everybody that wants to
mm-hmm,
go and go through the archives. But he has great work.
mm-hmm.
But that's
And
the one you were talking about, tap videos with the
yeah,
number on the bottom. That's him.
yeah. So now I know the acronym for TAP. Transatlantic Production. Um, so um, yeah, the one you talked about in the couch, it was in I think it was in Saneda's house. It
Yeah.
was once again, Sabia Bay. Sabia Bay is kind of doing his thing now. The other one, Brooklyn Intelligence, we don't hear about him no more. And
Right.
so that was just like a little conversation. And we first we had snippets. I don't think we had the full thing. Now maybe the full discussion is available. But after that, said he had a debate with Alim Bey.
Right.
And as a matter of fact, um, Wesley Muhammad, he was in attendance and he wrote about it, you know. and he was impressed by SETI. He said there's two SETI. There's a loudmouth SETI, and there's the SETI that's dealing with the scholarship. And
Right.
and Wesley Muhammad was supposed to debate Alim Bey. There's even a video that used to float around where they were in Saneda's house, and Alim Bey was kind of talking about some stuff, and you can hear Dr. Wesley Muhammad say, "I hope this is not for the debate and stuff like that." So once Dr. Wesley Muhammad saw the debate between Seti and Alim Bey, there's no point for him debating Alim Bey. He wanted to debate Seti.
Right.
Now, unfortunately, it didn't happen. And then what happened is that Nacho Tahoudi, who is currently incarcerated,
Right.
he's the one who went against uh,
See,
Dr.
that's
Wesley
but
Muhammad.
see now historically for people that don't know, that's the beginning of the way, right? So from me looking at it, from what I seen, SETI chronologically comes to YouTube first. I think that from what I observed, Sinetta was still on 125th Street. See, you got to look at what was going on. He was making most of his money on 125th Street. He seen no use or no need at that time because he was selling the VHSs and the DVDs and all of that stuff. So he had no reason to come to the internet because he didn't see any financial gain off in that. But once he seen SETI getting momentum, then Sinetta comes to YouTube. You see what I'm saying? The first lecture that they set up, or the first interaction that him and SETI have, is that conversation that you're talking about on the couch. That's SETI's first time meeting Sinetta and actually coming to New York to present. You see what I'm saying? Then after that, he sets up the debate with Eileen Bey. You see what I'm saying? And then that's when you start seeing a lot of cats from New York. Like we know Natural Tahuti was a 5%er, right?
Yeah,
When he
before, yeah.
first comes, when you first see him, he has on a hat and he's standing in the crowd and he's talking about, man, SETI really. So everybody was really pro SETI at that time. The next thing we know, we see SETI. I mean, we see Natural Tahuti and Sinetta in an army fatigue with the
Yeah,
red, black, and green
yeah.
with the red. They changed their whole way of
Yeah,
doing
yeah,
things.
Black Power United Front or something like that. It was United Front in the name, so they try to come up with some organization, but uh, it's like that guy. What's his name? Is Jay Grandmaster Jay.
Right,
The guy first ran for the presidency of the United States, and there's a tweet of him when he wrote that he was considering running again, and then like 2 or 3 years later, he becomes this revolutionary armed militants. It doesn't work like that. You cannot make that transition for running to be the president of the United States of America to being a armed revolutionary. So the people who are seasoned, they saw early on that hey, slow down. But the other people, when they saw so many black men marching with guns, they were attracted to that. They felt, oh look, finally some people, what I'm saying. And this is not something new. The MBPP did that way back when Khalid Abdul Muhammad was still alive, and he went to Texas Jasper when they killed the brother Bird, if I'm not
right,
mistaken. So when they dragged him out of the car. So but anyway, Saneda, however, he has some video, for example, of Phil Valentine, and behind you can see like House of Consciousness.
right,
So the stuff he started uploading, that's the stuff that indeed he used to sell on VHS and
mm-hmm.
later on DVD. So I understand your point of view. But still, Saneda was uploading some material, but he
Right,
was indeed, more or less, previous material. And then he started, interviewing a lot of, the Moors. I mean, the Moors, they were very big. Now people talk more about the Hebrew Israelites because it's most of them who are on Saneta's platform. But back then, the Moors, they were like the biggest guy on the block because they are fence riders too. They they talk about all these Abrahamic belief system. So they
right,
will appeal to so many people. Plus, they talk about the law. They talk about Kemet because they claim to be the custodians of the Egyptian science. So, but Seti came in when those Moorish guys were established, and he came in with his video, and I forgot once again the full title, but it's like probably the fake teachings of the Moorish Science Temple of America.
right.
And it was like an earthquake.
Mm-hmm.
And or shockwave. but with Alim Bey, he really destroyed Alim Bey. He I mean, I'm sorry, I don't have anything against Alim Bey, but it was really a
Yeah,
slaughter.
it was that's when the scholarship, when he was going through all of the different doctrines, not just the Moors. He went through the Hebrew doctrine, he went through the Christian doctrine, he went through every doctrine and showed us chronologically that they had all um come after the history of Kemet. And that was what
Yeah,
was attractive. And then so we look years later, he's venerating Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben in every video as well in his early days. He would always talk about Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben, and Dr. Ashwa. He would always have them, those names were staples as far as his teaching. But that gets the attention, I think, of Brother Reggie, right? So the next thing we know, Brother Reggie pops up on the scene and says basically that this guy is fraudulent because he doesn't know Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark as he claims. But if you really listen to what Seti was saying, he was saying that his uncle Pianki had the relationship with Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark. And he said at the foot of his uncle, and his uncle venerated them in such a way that he took on the teachings of Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben, which in proxy makes them his teachers. So just like me, I've never met Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben, but I do have the right to claim them as my teacher because that is the ideology and that is what I stand on. Everything that they say, that's what I parrot. I believe in, and we have an opportunity now to get new information to build on top of that. But the premise of our arguments come from Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben, check out the Diop and those likes, right? So I don't
well,
understand Dr. Reggie's position when we see Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben hurting us or pushing us towards some type of spirituality. Like I said, we don't know what that spirituality looks like, but that's up to us to define and make it look like what it's supposed to look like. So if Reggie has a critique of it, that's fine, but it does not need to be in the manner in which he's doing it to where he's bringing down the whole ideology of Kemet first, Hebrew second, Christianity third, and Islam four. You see what I'm saying? He teams up with people in the third position to go against the people in the first position. You see what I'm saying?
and I mean, he did that more than once,
Mm-hmm.
but actually, it's a good thing you mentioned that. The first time I ever saw Reggie, he wasn't signed to this platform. I remember he had something that looked like a leather jacket, black jacket, and he had sunglasses on. And he was talking about SETI, saying SETI is a generalist, you know. And I was like, okay, well, you have a guy as good as Alan SETI. Okay, fine, okay. And I didn't pay too much attention, you know. That so I don't know everything that he used to say, but I wouldn't surprise if he said, well, he didn't really know Dr. Ben, whatever. I mean, even when we spoke, he had some reserves about that, but um like I said, like I told him, he knew Dr. Ben, didn't he? But then again, Seti indeed didn't talk about the Moorish Science Temple only. He addressed many things. His videos were very popular. He had a lot of subscribers, and he had some other debates. But he actually used to do what people would call lectures. But there was an area, and it was probably in Detroit, and it looked like it was a store. So probably somebody let him use the store on a Sunday. But it's like once a week he will be teaching. And I don't know if you're talking to somebody else, but you're muted, by
No,
the way.
no, he
Oh,
was at. I know what you're
yeah,
talking about. He was
yeah,
at a mall in Detroit. They
yeah,
had like a little storefront or something, and he would
yeah,
teach, and he'd have a trajectory. So yeah, you're definitely on point. And he was
yeah.
teaching like one of his best lectures was military geography. If anybody would love to listen to some old SETI that when he was in his prime, that military geography is one of his best lectures. I don't even know if you could find that online because like what happened with you. I don't know if because y'all was so ahead of the game and what y'all was saying seemed so radical that they would always delete y'all's channels and y'all would
Yeah,
lose so
that,
much content.
that's what happened to Seti. I mean,
You
like I said,
too. It happened to you.
yeah, but the difference with me is that, well, I know who's behind it. Now, SETI is like all these different belief system, probably most likely the Moors mainly, because they're the one
Hmm.
who suffered the most, because trust me, the Moors, because them talking about the law and being good with semantics and stuff like that, they were really and them claiming many different things. They claim Islamism, they talk about Christianity, they talk about about Kemet, but they were really the big guys on the block. You know what I'm saying? And he came in and he changed the dynamics. Just like if for the people who have seen the documentary Beef by Quincy Jones Jr., QD3, as he's
Hmm.
known in the industry. You have KRS-One who's talking about Kool Moe D versus Busy B, and Busy B, is like rocking the crowd, and KRS-One says, if it wasn't for that battle, you know, we will all be starting, going like the bangy, the bang, the bang,
Yeah,
the
yeah, I
bang,
seen that.
So he said he changed the dynamics really, and so a lot of people will be flagging Seti, because Sanetta, he's always beefing with the people he's close to. Eventually, he will make up and he will beef again. He did that with Polite so many times. He accused
Hmm.
Polite of being a baby York, but then he's cool. It's something that people are the way they are. So and he did that with Seti. I remember the video when he was going to Harlem and questioning people and saying, yeah, there's this guy, Salvador Sincetti, he's against the teaching, stuff like that. What do you think? Just to have the people criticizing SETI. And the funny thing, and I documented that years ago, you could hear Sanetta whispering, say, fuck SETI. And then people will say it, you know?
Mm.
So people don't understand how so many of these things going on in the community is scripted in advance. I'm
Right,
telling you, when some people don't show their face, it's because they are reading from their screen. It's because they're on the phone with other people to ask for advice and get some insight about how to deal with stuff. So
right.
Seti's address was put online. Sanetta uploaded that video. I'm not saying he created it. But back then I spoke against that. You know what I'm saying? And by the way, Seti had a website called Black Power Cartel, which was
Hmm.
very popular, extremely popular. Because when he saw that, he would get flagged and he would lose his accounts, it's like, okay, let me just go ahead
Yeah,
and,
try
and,
to
and have
start
my
his
own
own.
platform. And it was extremely, extremely popular, loads of views. But anyway, Sanetta, he caught some heat and he actually, instead of saying, I uploaded a video where Seti's address is showing without checking the video because it looked to me like he did it on purpose.
Hmm.
He said somebody hacked my account.
Yeah, that's some BS.
That's what he said. So basically somebody hacked his account and uploaded the video, but then the account is untouched, everything else works. So to me that was some BS. But that was
Right.
years ago. There's even a video where he's addressing Seti and he's saying, with your yellow eyes.
Hmm.
And that's like, even though the William Leach letter is fake as far as I'm concerned, and Manu Empin has written greatly about that, but that's that type of mentality. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, and I remember also, and this is one thing that in the conscious community people like to do a lot. You had other people going at SETI. When they have a problem with you, they want other people to have a problem with you. You know, and if it's about the information, fine. But there was this meeting. They wanted. I mean, you feel like people want to dictate what you have to do. They talked about a meeting and said he was supposed to go to New York and have a meeting with the people. Said he was like, "What the hell? I don't have time for that." And then they get together with Sutek. For those who remember Sutek, you
Yeah, I
know,
remember Sutek.
there was the red pill or blue pill, one of the two brothers because they are twins.
Hmm.
Or they're brothers anyway, but I think they are twins. And there was Sanetta, and they were all talking down on SETI saying, "Oh, one of the blue pill, red pill brothers said, oh, you failed the test. If he was a street, then you failed the test. You're supposed to show off as if he has an obligation to show off." Sutek said, well, Sanetta's mad because he realized that his pit bull is a puppy or whatever name of dog he gave. So he makes an analogy comparing SETI to a dog. And that shows the mentality as well. It's like SETI was, Sanetta's cash cow.
Yeah,
But
that's
anyway,
what that was a play for power. Um, and they really wanted to try to. It looks like from we looking at this 10 years down the line, but it looks like that was a play to try to get him out the way.
yeah, he
He's
was.
from Detroit. He's not from New York.
He was he was an inconvenience because those guys they had it on the lock, and they felt like, the information comes from them.
Right.
And
Mm-hmm.
for the first time, because we had, of course, Dr. Ben,
Right.
but Dr. Ben, it was not the same era of information with the internet, with live streaming platform,
Mm-hmm.
so all these Abrahamic believers and Moors and derivatives and metaphysicians as well, because many Moorish people are into metaphysics as well. For those who know, Phil Valentine is a Moor. He said it himself, during
Mm.
one of his lecture. So and then said he comes and he bangs, you know, but he doesn't bang like, I don't like you, I don't like your hat, I don't like your accent, I don't like the information you claim this. That's not that. Here's the information,
Yeah,
So
man. We
it
lost a
was,
lot without
yeah.
him being in the forefront. We lost a lot. And then you have Brother Reggie, like I said, leading the fourth, spearheading. Him along with Sinet and all them are seemingly spearheading, trying to get this guy, usurp this guy, and take over the.
What
That's what I see now.
you know,
You couldn't see it then,
yeah,
but
but
it seems like because okay, like what was Brother Reggie's problem with SETI? You know what I'm saying? Because
it's the
at
same
first
with Jabari.
I thought that he was trying to uphold what Dr. Clarkson and Dr. Being them standards of not cussing and stuff like that. But now you see Brother Reggie now, and he cusses just like SETI.
Well, no, not the
Yeah,
same, but
yeah, but I'm just
yeah,
saying.
yeah,
But see, when Massetti is cussing, he's
yeah,
cussing at the white man. He's cussing
yeah.
at the
No,
air.
no,
He, he
I'm
man, fuck you, bitch ass niggas.
yeah,
If y'all
I'm,
ain't try,
but
y'all not trying to get rid of these Arabs and these. No, that's how he said in that context. He's
I'm
not
glad.
cussing you out. He's
Yeah,
cussing out, our situation.
but I'm glad you mentioned that, because that was one of the main reproach that people used to make with at SETI. And I remember when there was a young person, like underage brother, who made a video and he said, SETI, we want the information as well, but the way you speak, it's not suitable for us. So try to make some stuff for us. So SETI made a video. He responded and he said, "Yeah, I hear you. You're saying, SETI, turn it down. I'm not gonna turn it down. I'm gonna turn it up." you know.
Right. Now hold
So
up.
so so
What impact do you think monetization has on him? Because now that the monetization is coming to play, do you think
well
he's toned down so that he can keep his channel? Because he doesn't, they don't remove his channels anymore like they
no
used
no
to.
because I think people don't flag as much as they used to,
Okay.
and also if it's full of profanity, that will be a ground for them to flag, because
Okay.
some people, they will refute it. The morals are refuted, and many of them make a living out of it. You have the adepts and you have the people who are in charge. You know what I'm saying? So it's not convenient. So it's not it's not surprising that they will go and flag.
Right.
And when they flag, they say intimidation, hate speech.
Hmm.
Because you have different category. But
Yeah.
now, if there's less profanity, then it's going to be difficult for them to really flag like that.
Yeah, but I
But
wonder, did he tone it down for the monetization purposes or what? Because he usually, like you say,
well,
it was
I'm
no
not.
we. He wasn't.
I'm not in his mind. I'm not in his
Right.
mind.
Right.
But that was what we're talking about. That was like over 10 years ago. You
Exactly.
grow, you change, you evolve. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna be the same. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I remember he had twins. He was already a father. Then he had twins. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And but the thing that people don't know, and I've seen that, he was attacked like crazy. I have never seen a man on YouTube being attacked like said he was attacked. You know what I'm saying? Every day people will come up with videos and a lot of anonymous channel, and one time, said he said, I had to sell dope to go to Kemet. He was talking about he
Yeah,
was
they
raised
used that
up.
against him.
Yeah, they used that against him because he said he was raised up by Ashwekwezi, but Ashwekwezi, you have to go 3 times to be raised up. So it's like, damn, I don't have, I need to be raised up. You know what I'm saying? So he said, I sold dope to go to Kemet. So they took that part and they went all crazy. Funny thing is
Hmm.
that the Nation of Islam, they invited Rick Ross and Frank Lucas, you
Right.
know, and I think I see how the footage,
Yeah, well,
So
we always venerating drug dealers in this culture.
no, but
So
when it's the NOI, it's all good.
Right.
But anyway, I understand that people took issues at that, but the guy was forefront. He was honest about what he did. He's not glorifying it. He's just saying what he
Right.
did. You know what I'm saying? And to keep it real, we really know some people who be selling stuff in the street. We greet them, hey, how you doing? We're not saying, hey, what you're doing is wrong. You need to step out of there. No, But anyway, it was a way for people to go at him. But even if it wasn't for that, people used to slander him, disrespect him. Like I said, his address was published online. It was just weird. And when Sanetta, beefed with him, he got all these other people to beef with him, and that's what happened. I mean, they kind of made up somehow, some way. Then they beefed again. Then they met up. Then they beefed. It might have happened like
Yeah,
five,
yeah.
five, six
Hmm.
times, and then finally, just before the debate about the metal nature being deciphered or not, that was the last time that they beefed. They never made up, and ever since. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, stop right there, Shaka. So where do you land? This is what I need to ask you because I know you read the language. So where do you land on that part of what he did and what he said?
Uh,
Said as far as like saying that the language hadn't been deciphered. Now I understand what he's saying because it has no vowels and you can't really speak it. In a way, do you think that he was kind of right, or do you understand what he was saying?
Oh no, well, I've said it before. I disagree with that claim that the metal nature has not been deciphered, and I lament that he said that. However, the debate with Nasi Yashuvel, the question and answers, and I think the debate is online. Actually, I think it's on Smash Rockwell's platform, but I don't know if he has the question and answers.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember somebody asked him, "Do you read the metal nature?" He said, "I know bits and pieces of it." So his stance back then was not that it wasn't deciphered. Later on down the line, he started saying that, and that's particularly when he was close to young Pharaoh, because him and young Pharaoh, they were like that.
Right.
Until eventually, young Pharaoh, was kind of acting a bit different and said he, kind of distance himself away from him, way before there was a issue of him shooting up his baby mama's crib or whatever, allegedly. So
Right.
it's not there's a contradiction because at one point,
Yeah,
you're
even if you
saying,
watch it, I still subscribe to the brother. I still subscribe, even though I have a personal thing with him as far as like his ego thing. But as far
mm.
as the chronology of history, he's absolutely correct. So I still try to respect him in that regard and still
Yeah,
support him.
I mean, he deserves respect because people don't realize. You see, when your channels are being flagged, deleted, you know what I'm saying? People don't really hear too much about you. And I understand why he's not with, on to other people's platform like that, because he was really close to Sanetta, you know what I'm saying? They did many things together, many debates together. And then Sanetta went at him so viciously. I gave you an example. We heard him whispering F
Hmm.
Seti, and the people repeat that. I'm like, you busted. And I think he was so quick to go home and upload the video that he did not listen to it. He would have heard his voice whispering, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So and getting all these other people to beef, disrespect Sadie and stuff like that. So now I really understand him, and I kind of went through the same thing as well. Some people I was cool with, they started disrespecting me, flagging my accounts and stuff like that. And it takes a lot of time to build a channel. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And now that we have all these other places like TikTok and my and Instagram and stuff like that, it's even harder. You know what I'm saying? Back then you will get subscribers, it will be easier, to get many subscribers. For example, you have some people um, on TikTok and Instagram. They have tens of thousands of subscribers. They might have 100,000, 200,000, especially the girls who like spend their life half naked. But when you look at their YouTube account, a lot of them, they barely have like 100, 200 subscribers. It's very difficult now to get subscribers on YouTube. So to build a platform on YouTube is very difficult unless you regularly invite many different people from many different school of thoughts. You know,
Right.
like even the Hebrew Israelites. Where do you see them the most? On Sanata's platform, on their own platform. It's not really kicking like that. You know what I'm saying? Of course, they will have fellow Hebrew Israelites. You know, so
Yeah. That
mhm.
that
And Polite spoke about that because Polite was very big at one point as well. And every other day, you had Hebrew Israelites making videos and you had Polite in the name. You know what I'm saying?
right. Yeah. Trying to get
So
clicks.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
this is a very interesting time, like we're dealing with, this whole way of dealing with each other on the internet. So what I just wanted to do is just come on, man, and support, show support to you, because what you're saying is you're not crazy, bro. We see this all the way in America. You know what I'm saying? What Brother Reggie doing is not right. Somebody needs to hold him accountable. Um, as far as Garfield, he's a lost cause. Far as Asar with his claims of Kemet meaning riparian land, that's out of here. You know what I'm saying? Like
But
certain things.
if he was only that, it'd be cool. But you've seen him, he's
No, but see, I
telling.
unsubscribed to him too, so I don't know
All right.
what he doing. You see what
Oh,
I'm
okay.
saying? Like
Well,
I said, once you
just
start doing certain things, bro, I got to
okay.
get you
I
out of
get
here.
it.
I can't
Okay.
be just.
Oh,
Go ahead.
well, just for the record, you heard him saying that Diop was wrong and that Diop guessed. He made a live stream critiquing the critique of Dr. Combo, who is a PhD in linguistics, and he's saying to the people, "This is how you do the work." So you have an amateur telling a specialist, how to do the work. I mean, that's his mentality. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, and there's many other weird claims of him, and the worst is the plagiarism. You know,
Mm-hmm.
and once again, the video is on Signetter's platform. And I've recently, went through that. You know, he was busted plagiarizing several authors, you know, from several different books in several different languages. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
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 you
and
holding
and
Brother Reggie accountable on that? Like, you want to associate with these people, but then you
no,
want to
no, the
do.
only thing I was talking about is that, there's the University of Amen and Reggie is listed there. You know what I'm saying? And
Uh,
but when I brought that, the plagiarism, Garfield, oh no, no, I don't want to talk about that. You know what I'm saying? So and the video is no longer there, but some people were there during the live stream, so they could see that. But the dude gets a pass. He, for unknown reason, he always, whether he's saying that all these scholars are wrong, whether he's saying that the scholars guessed, whether he's saying that Ra is a volcano, that Allah is in the Egyptian text, and even when he plagiarizes, he's getting the pass. So there's some unknown reason, but maybe one day we'll find out why. But you cannot just associate yourself, because once again, Garfield called Asar Imhol fake his master teacher. You
right.
cannot just be silent with your master teacher plagiarizing several books, but yet you want to criticize Jabari because you don't agree that Christianity was stolen from Kemet. It just doesn't make sense at all.
And I had a conversation with Garfield on the Pseudo Killers channel one night.
Mm.
Um, they were trying to kind of prep him for the debate with Jabari, but I don't even think he got past me. You know what I'm saying? In regards to like certain things, like I asked him, well, okay, if you believe that Jesus is a real person, I said, then who is his mother? And guess what he said? He said Mary. So I said, okay, well, you do know Mary is associated with the set, right? See what I'm saying? So there you end the whole conversation. How's her name Mary and the set's name is Mary?
No,
There's
Seth's
a
name is not
connection
Mary.
right there.
Seth's name is not Mary.
No, she's associated with Mary as being, what do they call it, the beloved one or something like that. Mary,
Well,
how do you say?
Mary means beloved,
Yeah, so she's
but
associated with beloved, right?
no,
Yeah,
no, no,
throughout history,
no,
she's not
no,
associated.
no, no, no. What happens? Like for example, Ramesses the second. You have, I mean, many people know that the kings, the Nesu, they had five names. So
Right. You
two
got a you
two
got a
of the
Horus name,
exactly,
your birth
so
name and your
e-
kingly name. Okay, I got it.
exactly. So two of the most known names of Ramesses II, you have one that's User Ma'at Ra Setepenra. Um, I'm uh, I'm sorry. You have one that's Ramesumeri Imen, and you have one that's User Ma'at Ra Setepenra. You see? So
Mm-hmm.
Ramesu Mary Imen, Imen that's Amen. That's what we call Amen. So Mary Imen, beloved of Amen.
Mm-hmm.
So you will find Mary
Yeah,
many
and many
times.
names. And many
Uh,
names.
well, you might have it associated, but basically, Mary means beloved. For example, um, for people who take the Meadow Nature classes, at the end of the class, I make them read one sentence, and in that sentence, we have the word Mary, you know, and the artifact is from the Louvre Museum,
Mm-hmm.
So you have an artifact that says, um, his beloved son Ptahotep. You see, so Mary appears many times. The reason why people associate uh, Isis or Aset with Mary, the mother of Jesus, because people say the Trinity, the original Trinity that was Osiris, Isis, and Horus, and
Mhm.
in Christianity you have God or Joseph, and then you have Mary and Jesus. That's the reason why. But it's not with Mary. Isis was not like associated with the word Mary in any particular way.
Right. So where do they get that from as far as like the beloved? So her name is
But
not
who
associated.
are who are you talking about then? Because you see, online people say many things.
Right.
And that's why I always encourage my
Well,
brothers and
okay, well
sisters.
let me see. The furthest I can go back is probably Ashwa Kwesi.
Ashur Kwesi, I've said it in the
See,
past.
hold on. See, I'm just telling you, that's where they'll say that's as far back as I can go with that association. So I'm gonna put it on him. Now, where he gets it from, maybe you could help me out.
Ashur Kwesi, I ain't trying to start nothing. He's been going
Right,
to
right, right.
Kemet.
I mean,
Yeah,
this
he's
is
been
how
going
we.
to Kemet for plus 30 years, maybe 40 years by now.
Right,
So he has a lot of documentation from these trips, but there's a lot of statements he made that cannot be substantiated. There's a fair bit of linguistic acrobatics and linguistic gymnastics. For example, he says that Noah's Ark derives from Nu Ankh. You know, he says Kemet Nu means black people. I'm not aware of Nu meaning people, but I don't know all the Medu nature, so maybe somebody may show me that. He says that Christ derives from Karest or Kareset, because we have
hmm
some glyphs that says Kareset, basically transliterated with our letters, with the K, the R, the S, the T. But it means burial. Some people might make a correlation between burial and Jesus because he died, so he was buried, and then 3 days later he came back to life. But that's very unlikely to me. That Kareset has anything to do with Christ. And besides Christ, that's the English rendition of the Greek Christos, and the
right,
Greek Christos is the literal translation of Messiah, which means anointed. So the original term will be Messiah, not Christos. Christos will be the Greek. The Greeks were there. Some people might argue that. But it's the literal translation, just like hieroglyphic is a literal translation of Medunecher,
right,
sacred writings. That's what hieroglyphic means, you see.
right.
So that's just a few examples, and also when he had a debate with the pastor, he was asked a question at one point. This question and answers, but he says, Jesus never existed. He was a spirit in creation. But we have some videos of Asher Kwesi when he says I existed. There's one video where he shows a painting from some a scene, and the painting's like kind of, have the guy has a tan, kind of brownish,
hmm
but it's really not black. And he also shows, the statue in London that a brother, took him to downstairs in London, and he's narrating, and then the,
Right,
the, the, the guy is holding some sort of lamb, and then he shows a depiction of Jesus with a lamb, and people are impressed when they see that. So there's a fair bit of picture scholarship. For example, also the glyph that looks like a cross, but it's like two pieces of
hmm
uh,
I know what you're talking about.
some people say it's planks, some people say it's real leaves, but it means imi, which is inside, nothing to do with crucifixion or Christ or whatever. But he likes to show that and show the cross as if there's a correlation. So there's a fair bit of picture scholarship as well. So
Right.
Ashur Kwesi himself, throughout his DVDs, because I've watched most of them,
hmm
um, he quotes Gerald Massey. He says, read Gerald Massey, read ancient Egypt, light of the world, and so on. So um, when it comes to the text, I'm not gonna say he doesn't know the meta nature. I've seen him reading names. Besides name, I haven't seen him reading anything except for numbers, just like Dr. Ben. So once again, I'm not gonna say he doesn't know the meta nature, but I think that he's probably not well
Very
versed in the meta
well.
nature,
You know
because
that's where you guys come in and see. That's why I come in with the disappointment in Brother Reggie, because I think that you guys that are reading the languages are supposed to do exactly what you just did now. Come in with small corrections. It's nothing wrong with you saying, "Hey, man, that don't mean that." That cross that he was talking about, I'm not offended by that because I know that the science or anything in science or anything with dealing with history can change. You know what I'm saying? But just being intellectually honest is what was supposed to be valued here. So if he got it wrong in 1989 or something like that, and we in 2020 and we correcting that, this is not supposed to be. But it's the way that you do it. Like you were like, man, he's a pseudo. Like Dr. Ben said that we come from the foothills of the mountains of the moon with a
Yeah,
God.
we we,
And
we,
then
we
they'll
know.
use that and say everything else that Dr. Ben said was some bullshit.
and and
You
and,
see what
and
I'm
I'm
saying?
glad
And that's not
I'm,
right.
I'm 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 glad you mentioned that, because that's one of the main reports. Some people say he did not have the degrees that he claimed to have. So there's a possibility, but even Reggie himself is like, he doesn't really want to get into that much. It's like kind of uncomfortable. So it's a possibility. But yes, that statement doesn't appear in the papyrus of Hunefer. Yes, we get it, we get it. And funny, I heard Sanjeti saying that live on air. But when he comes to his so-called linguist brother, he would not say, "Oh, what he said was inaccurate." So that kills me when you can say Dr. Ben is wrong about something, but the guy you roll with, you cannot say he's wrong. And
Yeah,
you made
he's
a
still
great point.
living.
Yeah, and he's still living. And
the
and
guy
and, and
the guy you want him to oppose is still living. Dr. Ben
yeah,
ain't here, so
yeah,
they can say what they want to now.
and you
Dr.
made a
Ben
you
is
made
gone.
you made a great point. One of the guy that made the most connection between Christianity and Kemet, and that's alive. That's actual crazy. So why is it that Reggie and Garfield don't go out actual crazy that much? You know what I'm saying? You know,
Right.
which is
But I
another
don't think
proof.
that. See, I don't think it's a position of going at. I think that it should be
No,
more
going
a
that maybe I
position
did not word it
of correcting. You know what I'm saying? I'm just
yeah,
saying.
I did
That's
not
why I'm
yeah
saying it.
I did not word it correctly probably, but they're not addressing it. They're
Yeah,
not
yeah.
like, for
Things.
example, you
But the
see
way
you,
you did that, that
you,
was
you
really respectful to me. I mean, you
yeah,
just were saying, "Hey, that's not right. I know how to read the language. This is what it means." It's nothing
yeah,
wrong with that.
well, but just for what I've said previously, the Ashur Kwesi fan, they will not be happy with me. Ashur Kwesi probably will not be happy with me. I mean, some people have had some interaction with Ashur Kwesi. He has some sort of temperament. I don't know if that's an English word, but uh
He doesn't like to be challenged on a
no, not just that, but overall, um it's like he's not the happiest fella in the world. I'm trying to be diplomatic. But anyway, any elders who are established, if you dare disagree with them, they usually, like you. I don't know if you heard Dr. Jahi Hisa when he came on my platform.
Yeah, me and him got had a disagreement before
Yeah,
too, so that
when he
didn't.
came on my platform, it's like he was sonning me, and
Mm-hmm.
ask him,
Yeah,
don't
he's
I have the right to
disrespectful.
read a yeah, don't I have the right to read a critique? He said, you can do anything you want. There are no rules. But he's the one who was associated with a non-plagiarizer. He's not saying anything. You know what I'm saying? And when I would tell him, even in your response to Dr. Campbell, you admitted that you were wrong. He's like, no, 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 no. So they feel high and mighty, they feel superior to you. And if you are younger than them, then that's a wrap. You know what I'm saying? Because that's
Right.
a big thing in the conscious community. Reggie likes to use that a lot. He like,
Yeah, I think he's
Scott,
played that
I'm your
card. He played that
yeah,
card
he plays that
out.
elder
That
card.
card,
Yeah, he
that
plays
card,
a
no,
lot.
that card that he's played is played out. You
He's
can't even
played out,
use it
you
because
know.
nobody really wants when he goes into the rants of his personal association. I find it to be disrespectful because like I said, my teachings come from Dr. Ben. So what I can't say that's basically everything that I stand on is
That's
from
called
Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben, Sheikh out the Diop. So I can't say that those are my teachers,
that's
even though
called
I've
name
never met them.
that's
That's
called
not
name
right.
that's called name dropping, like the game used to do when he started. He would just drop names that indeed he knew those people, but you can name all the people in the world, that even if you knew all the scholars that we know and love, it doesn't change, it doesn't make you it doesn't mean that you're right about what subject matter you're addressing. But he does that
Or
all the time.
yeah, or
He
that you
does.
can't venerate them in the same fashion. Because I think that that's what his problem with SETI was. SETI used to
But
venerate these people.
that's a talking point, and people need talking points. And just also before I forget, the Reggie likes to talk about those guys. They charge you like two thousand
Right.
dollars,
Dr.
three
Ben
thousand
them
dollars.
charged.
When you can when you can pay like maybe how much does he say you can pay like 1,200 or something like
Mm-hmm.
that. Asher Crazy charges $4,700. You know, nearly
Mm-hmm.
$5,000, but you don't hear him say anything. So it's another proof that
Yeah,
they're
but
just
he generalizes that. But see, even
no, but
with that, if someone is taking you on a tour and they're telling you some information on the tour, that's worth something. Now
no,
you can go to
I agree.
You can go to
I,
Egypt by
I
yourself and walk around and look around if you want to.
yeah,
But if you
I
don't
agree.
know anything, it's not going to
I,
be of
I
value.
I agree, but it's just for the sake of the argument that it's another proof that they are targeting Jabari and they're using
Mm-hmm.
excuses, pretexts. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
When
see,
really it's
I
just
even said, watch this, Shaka. I even said, I said, Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben them took people to, and they couldn't read the language. So what is the
well,
difference? What's the
well,
difference
well,
between
well,
now and then?
well that there's a video of Dr. Ben reading from the glyphs. You know, some people have argued, okay, he's reading, that's numbers, but this is still the Medu Neter. You know,
Right.
so
But I'm
I
just
don't know.
saying.
So I don't know if we can say that Dr. Ben didn't know the language or couldn't read the
But
language.
what I really mean to say is that they had more knowledge than the regular common folks that they were
Mm,
taking. So it
mm,
was of value to the people that they were taking, even
mm.
if they might know, just like now. Me and you may know more than what somebody else may know.
But
So they value our information,
y-
even though we ain't no fucking experts,
y-
but
y-
we
you
know
know,
more than what the average person. You know what I mean?
Brother James, I'm glad you said that because Reggie is on the
Hold on.
fence. He's been on the fence for years, and you can see that he's not consistent even in what he's saying when he's asking people to give him donation. Sanetta told him many times, I told Reggie, you should give Medunacha classes. Reggie is known in the community, and Sanetta's platform is a very large platform. So just by giving classes of Medunacha, Reggie will be good financially. But he's asking for donations. Earlier, he was saying, "Oh, I'm an unemployment," because he had that uh, issue with Sanetta. So they're not cool now, but they'll be cool in a few days or in a couple of weeks. So Sanetta even said not long ago, sometimes I send some money to Reggie and Reggie sends the money back, and he does that with other people. So people send you donation, you give them the money back, but then you keep asking people to send you donation, send you cash app. So if you don't want to teach your meta nature because for whatever reason it's something you really cannot do, then you can do presentation, you can do other stuff. You know what I'm saying? But this is just another example of how inconsistent he is. Since you know the language so well, and other people who should know the language before they call themselves priests, then why don't you give classes? You'll be good financially. I mean, I don't have that many people who learn the meta nature. If I
Right.
had sufficient people, I wouldn't have to do the 9 to 5, and I
Let me
could go
ask
to
you this,
most.
Shaka. Like, okay, now just think about this and see. This might be something you might not understand. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but let me just interject and just ask y'all something, right? Okay, now you got to think about what the position that our people are in, as far as like historically, we're historically illiterate from here to Africa. Africa's like split between Islam and Christianity, right? So we don't know anything about this history that most of us are trying to bring back to the forefront. Being as though we're 3,000 years behind, so to like, do you think that it may be beneficial for you to put your lessons on YouTube, and then maybe that young daughter that you have, maybe later on, not saying just put them on YouTube now, put your lessons on there and let people just view them, and you get the money from that. But later on when your daughter gets old enough, the residuals will come later, is what I'm saying. Because
Mm.
we're so far behind, we really do need people to learn this language, but nobody really has the financial fortitude to really invest in it. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? So I'm
Well,
just saying that may be another way for
no,
you to get.
I appreciate you saying, what you think. I appreciate you saying that. But my answer is no, absolutely not. Because when it's time to go into the club, making it rain, buying alcohol, buying weed, buying tobacco, buying sneakers, buying chains, gold chains, diamond chains, our people have the money. But when it comes
Right.
to the information, all of a sudden, it's $10 for an hour class. And many times I go well over an hour. Some people charge $50 for an hour class. Some people charge $60 for an hour class, and those people They don't lack customers. So the reality is that some people don't want to. And when I started with the classes, I used to give them during the live stream. It was still, what is it called again? Google, Google, the Google live streaming stuff, Hangout, Google Hangout.
Hmm.
Just before they stopped with the Google Hangout, and there was
Right.
barely anybody. I remember the sister M City. Now she goes by Thickness. She came by and said, "What's up?" You know. So I saw, okay, there's no interest. I stopped. Then the brother Kafra, he said, "Hey brother, I want to learn. Money is not an issue." And then I was like, "Okay, let's do this." And then that's how it happened. People don't value it if it's free of charge, because if that's the case, Ashur Kwesi, instead of selling his DVDs for like he used to sell them for like but never mind. Instead of selling his DVDs, he could put them online for the people. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? You know what I'm saying?
And
And
that's
other
that's
people,
that's the same thing I'm
and
thinking now.
yeah,
Like
no,
people
but
to put.
that's not the way, because you do some work. I mean, the amount of time it takes to go through to put the hieroglyphs together. You know what I'm saying? To
Right.
come up with the sentences. It takes some time. It's some work. All the people who write books, rather than selling the physical copies, or even selling the digital copies, they could also put the PDF out for the people. But trust
Hmm.
me, a few people will show gratitude and give some money. But at the end of the day, you will spend so much time and effort, and it's not rewarded financially. It's not worthy at all. White people, they don't have to deal with that. Arabic people don't have to worry about that. Jewish people don't have to worry about that. But black people, sometimes you have a lot of people who say stuff like that, and it's not even against you. I appreciate you saying your point of view, but in my opinion, this is not a good mentality that we have, because we always want the stuff for free. As a matter
Right.
of fact,
Okay,
Sanetta.
but
No, hold on. I just want to say that Sanetta is not known for that now, because he's not really selling the stuff like he used to. But Sanetta was known for bootlegging. Sanetta was known for just selling people's material, including Ashur Kwesi. And
mhm.
his response when people he will be accused of that is, our people need the information. Our
Right.
people need this
Okay, now
information.
watch this. Why did he stop doing that?
Well, why would he bother going in the street and probably paying a fee for some sort of license and wait for the customers, when you have all these people and you have the monetization? And on top of the monetization, we can see the super chat and the super stickers. you know so now he makes a living doing that. He's not doing the debates like he used to.
Right. So that's
And sorry,
basically
when I say debate, I mean debate in venues. You know what I'm
okay,
saying?
but hold up. What I'm saying is basically, so what he did was he transitioned from the DVD VHS era to a digital era where he gets paid off of monetization. That's all the same thing I'm telling you.
And the super chat and
But
and
hold
it's
up, that's the same. Hold up, listen carefully what I'm saying.
yeah, but no,
That's
but
the same thing I'm telling you.
yeah, but no, but that's different, because the stuff he used to sell, he's not the one producing it.
Right. Okay. That is a difference.
For example, he has a Patreon as well. So some people are subscribed to his Patreon, and they will pay for exclusive content. You know what I'm saying? But the Medu Nature lesson, the classes, I'm the one who produced them, and it takes a lot of time to go through the different slides and prepare the classes. You know what I'm
So do
saying?
you already have classes already pre-recorded or anything like that?
No, no, and I thought about that, but I know my
That's what I'm
people.
trying to get you
No,
to
no, but
do,
yeah,
Shaka.
no,
Check it
no,
out. You
no, but
need to
hold on.
pre-record
No,
these
no, no, but
your topics.
brother, let me tell you something. Now, I thought about this, but some people, they would eventually go on the Patreon and download and then share, and some of them might even go as far as to sell. The thing is that, you see, before I used to have only the PayPal, and a lot
Hmm.
of brothers were like, "Don't you have Cash App?" Oh, it's a shame. I just use Cash App. And guess what? I found a way to have Cash App. Now I have Cash App. All those
And that
people
ain't
say,
happening.
"Oh, I would have taken the lesson," but and
Another
to keep,
excuse.
yeah, exactly. And to keep it real, even if they use Cash App mainly. What stops you from going to PayPal and creating an account so you can send the $10 for 1 hour class? The bottom line is they don't want to learn it, and I'm like, that's fine.
Okay.
Nobody's under any obligation, but for any work that you do, you reward, you deserve, sorry, the compensation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I was
Otherwise,
just trying to figure out another way for you to be
no,
able
but
to
but
move
but
forward.
but
Because see, that's what I'm saying with Brother Reggie. Okay, I see that he has a problem with Jabari, but how can he help or how can he help him to maybe start a priesthood that he feels like is more in line with what he feels
he,
like it
he
should
he
be.
he doesn't have to help him to come up with any kind of priesthood. He has the right to say, okay, what he's saying there is not correct, and this is why he has a right to do that. But we are way beyond that. It's like it's mainly it's jealousy.
Yeah, because
It's
I
jealousy.
looked up the
You know,
Kemetic orthodoxy, and it's a European woman that started this whole thing, and it's like really they're ahead of us as far as what we're supposed to be doing.
they've been there for a while. Those people
Uh
you
huh.
mentioned, and there's several people, and once again, they call themselves pagans and have a problem. They have channels where you see them, and they say, "This is how I worship Isis. This is how I worship my." But look at our people. The majority of them anonymous, unidentified, which means
Hmm.
that they are Kemetic warriors online with a username, but when they go to work, silence. And I'm not saying when you go to work you have to say, okay, I'm about this, I'm about that, but in their
Hmm.
real life every day, they're not about this. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
it will take time. It will take time, but ultimately, our people, will come and grow as a people. And the people from the shrines, my son, he can read his name from the glyph. He's 8 years old now. And
Hmm.
I'm very proud because when I took him to the Louvre Museum, I showed him his name, and then we'll go to other artifacts, and he will recognize, oh, that's me, that's my name. Not long ago, when I had him for the holiday, I showed him the picture of him actually pointed to his name. I said, "Do you remember that?" And first he
Hmm.
said no. I said okay, and he said, "Oh, that's my name." My daughter,
Right.
she's 2 years old, so it's a bit early to try to teach
Right.
her.
Right. Right.
But the people that I give classes to, some are in Europe, some are in America, some are in Africa. There was some from England as well. There was a brother from the Netherlands. Some of them have children, and I know they will teach their children. So slowly but surely, it
Yeah,
will
we'll get
grow.
there.
Yeah, it will grow. But the reality is that for a lot of people, the metal nature is not sexy. And I'm not going to say any names, but I know that some people started saying the metal nature has not been deciphered, or say some rhetoric as to it's not important, it's not useful. It's because they realize that there's plenty of white people who are well versed in metal nature, and they feel some type of way about it. They're embarrassed about that. So now the metal nature doesn't matter. Because
Hmm.
I'm pretty sure, like I told Osar Car, I think that there's way more white people who know the metal. And I'm not talking about scholars and PhDs. I'm not talking about people who study formally in the field of Egyptology. I'm talking about people just like you and me. You know,
Hmm.
there's a lot of them who know the metal nature and they can read very well. You have some message boards, and you have many white people, and you can see that they really have the knowledge of it. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So,
Yeah, I went and studied that Kemetic orthodoxy, and that's what let me know that these people are really moving. And then if I showed you a picture of this lady, she went to Africa and was around sitting around a bunch of kids, and I was like, look at this. So really, they're going to take control of this and reintroduce it back into Africa themselves
oh, I don't think so.
before
I don't think so.
we get a chance. I mean,
Uh,
based on what it's looking like, brother,
no, no,
we over
I
here
don't think so.
infighting. We're over here infighting while they're really moving. I can show you a picture of the lady in Africa right now.
Mm.
It reminded me of what you call that when they go out to Africa. What do they call that? Um, they go in what do they call it? Like recruitment, like people. What do they call that? That when they send the Christians
Is it
into
crusade?
Africa, or what?
Um,
Dang, what is that word? Abolitionists or they like volunteer that they come in and they try to indoctrinate you with how they indoctrinated us with Christian missionaries.
oh,
You
okay,
know how
okay.
they send those missionaries out.
Yeah.
She reminded me of a missionary that was going out and
There's no
telling them,
picture in the
"Hey,
link you sent to me, though.
okay, that link right there was sent
Yeah.
to show that they've been studying this movement that we're trying to enact, and they use that Kemetic orthodoxy. Um, they've been studying us as far as the online movement since like '94, but actually that comes before when like you said, the Europeans were doing it first. They came in with the Kemetic orthodoxy
What? What?
first.
The thing is this. You have some movements, organizations, associations of white people who actually practice the Kemetic, religion. It's not just them observing us. There's a PhD who wrote a book called "The Pagan." No, sorry. Is it? It's a British Egyptologist. I think it's called "The Pagan Egyptologist," and he also touched on Jabari's organization. So it's not just a case study of, let's see how it works, how it grows. You have some white people, they are into the Kemetic religion, they know the language, and they do the practices because we have the text, we have the writing and so on, so they are really into that. They talk about Ma'at, they're following Ma'at, and that's it, and they are sincere about it, they are really sincere about
Right.
it, and so, but with us, many people love to be Kemetic. Some have Kemetic names, and they said the Mennonite has not been deciphered. So it's very funny what, but and besides the name, when people talk about the story, like, Amenhotep did this, Akhenaten did this, the Egyptologists, they got that from some text anyway. So to whoever claims the Mennonite has not been deciphered, they should not be talking about no history for ancient Egypt,
Uh-huh. And that's
unless they
what
want to
SETI
say,
falls. That's what SETI falls in
unless
the
they
hole at.
want to say I'm relying on the Greek text. So it means they have more faith in the Greek text than the Medo Nature. But if their logic is that the Medo Nature has not been deciphered, then so be it. But the Greeks, that's 400 BC, 400 BC. So that's not Akhenaten. That's not Thutmose. That's not Hatshepsut. That's way after.
Let me ask you
So
a question, Brother Shaka, before I get off here. I wonder, do you know what the chronology of the triad is?
triad.
Meaning like Asar, Aset, and Heru, and then you have in the Theban triad, you have, I think you have Amun, Mu, and Kansu.
I
You
mean,
know, no, so they have different
you,
triads in
you.
different territories, right?
Okay,
I
triad.
wonder,
You mean
okay, what am I saying?
triad? You mean pantheon?
Yeah, the Pandia. Okay, now do you know the chronology? Because like you got a Sourset and
Oh,
Heru at one point, and then you
okay.
have Amun, Mu, and Kansu as another trinity, and then you have other ones in different cities. I wonder which one of those came
Well,
first. Is what that's something.
hold
That's a
on.
question that I've been trying to find out personally myself.
Hold
Which
on.
one of these? Because I seen Dr. Ben say that the Amun, the Theban
I understand
was
your question. Yeah, I
he
understand your
said that the
question.
Theban gods or whatever triad or trinity was the oldest one with Mut, Amun, and I don't know if Kansu was on. Because
Yeah.
it's interesting to me that we have a Saw said hey Ru, but I wonder which one comes first.
Now there's some creation stories. Now Heliopolis, at one point was like kind of like the capital. You have, and some people talk about the Theban rendition.
Mm-hmm.
Bush use that a lot, but basically you have more than one creation story.
Right.
So you have the one which starts with Ra. Ra was in the noon, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and then he kind of brought himself into life by speaking or spitting or maybe masturbating,
Mm-hmm.
So you have the Ennead, you know, which basically means nine, and in Medo
Right.
Nature it's Pesijed because Pesijed means nine, but written this way, we have the nature glyph and the mark of the plural, so it's the divine Ennead, So it starts with what we call Atum, you see. Then you have Shu, which is the god of the air. Then you have Tefnut, which is the god of moisture. Then you have Geb, which is the god of earth. Then
Right.
you have Nut, which is the goddess of the sky. And I think I said God for Tefnut, but it's goddess. It's a goddess. Then you have Usir or Osiris. Then you have Aset or Isis. Then you have Seteh or Set. And we have, of course,
That,
Nebethet or Nephthys, as the Greek called her. So this is one of the creation story, you
right.
know, when it comes to the Neteru anyway, So there are a few. I'm not familiar with all of them, Now, which one was oldest? I guess whatever writing, if we have the writing, whatever is the oldest, then that will be the oldest. But that's only what's written. We don't know what they used to talk about. We don't. Basically, that's why I always say we cannot put a date on the Neteru. We cannot put
Okay.
a date on the gods from Kemet, you know,
Right.
because one of the talking points many people use when they criticize Kemet, they try to say, oh, yeah, but Tehuti, Ibis bird. You don't have any guy, a man with a high head and stuff like that. There's an Asiatic black man who came up with that wax stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because he started saying that the 5% of lesson are allegory. But the people who taught the 5% of lesson, Elijah Muhammad never said it's allegory, but to make excuses for it, they want to say it's allegory, and then they want to bring up the writing from Kemet. But that's the Necheru, that's the gods, you know. But
Right.
we
Those are not
have,
real humans
well,
or
we
something, a
well,
concept of
some
a real
argue maybe
person.
they were real humans and later on they were deified. Who knows? We don't have any date, you know.
Right.
Imhotep was deified. He was a real human, you know. There's
Hmm.
some other people also who are deified later on, you know. But there's some things we will never know, you know, because some people
Right.
act like, okay, uh, we have to know, like, for example, the name of Africa, you know. We don't necessarily have a name for it, but what difference does it make? But anyway, we have those individuals, the not only the kings, the wives of the kings, family members of the kings, people who worked in the army, priests. We have their names. We have the great priest or first priest of Ammon. That's one of the title. We have Wab priests. We have Lekota priests. Many times we have their names and normal individuals. You know.
Let me ask you this. Okay, so one of the earlier names was what? Ty Netter or Tawi or whatever. Which is one of the first names that they use for the two lands? Ta
The two
Ta.
lands is Tawi. Ta means land,
Uh-huh.
and when you have the ui ending or suffix, it's the mark of the dual.
Okay,
So,
no. So what is Ta Netter?
but you, well, in your opinion, because I'm sure you will figure it out. I told you that ta means land. So what does ta neta mean?
Netter.
You know what neta
Doesn't that
means?
mean that means God,
Yes. So what does ta neta mean?
land of the gods?
Exactly. Now we don't.
Okay, now hold on. So hold on. So this is some of the first names that we can find that what Africans themselves was calling their own land.
Tawi, that's the two lands. That's Upper and Lower Egypt. So that's
Okay, so
the
we get
territory.
rid of it. Let's get rid of that one. I'm
Yeah.
trying to find
Oh,
out what we use
oh, for the
for.
continent.
Yeah, that's what I'm
I'm
trying to
I'm
find
I'm
out.
I'm not aware of a name for the continent in Medu Necher. In the French speaking world, amongst the so-called Kemetic people, they like to say Kama, Kama. But
Okay, then why do they
it's,
use that one?
well, they do linguistic acrobatics and linguistic gymnastics with different African languages, you know. Because
Okay,
years ago, I made a video and I asked people. I even conversed with someone on Facebook, and I just asked them, "Where do they get that from? Where do you get that? Kama is the word for the continent." And just like in America, you know, in the French-speaking world as well, people hear people say stuff. You know, some scholars that they respect and they appreciate, and they just repeat it, assuming that it is valid. You know,
so I
so
wonder what in your opinion, what are they when they said Todd Netter? What do you think they meant by that? Just
Taneda, we don't really know where it was. Some people argue
right.
that it might be Punt.
Hmm.
Punt is an area in the Horn of Africa, around Somalia, Eritrea, and so on.
Okay,
Wesley Muhammad, he argued that Punt was part of Africa and all of Arabia. He even has a map on his book.
of
So,
course he
but,
would.
but Wesley Muhammad, you know, he says that Ra is Allah, that
Yeah,
ME
yeah,
is
yeah, yeah.
Allah,
We
and
already got it.
he's also a great, you know, great acrobatic gymnast, you know, a
Right.
linguistic gymnast, you know. He's great with the linguistic acrobatics, you know. So um, I would say that if it's not Punt, we don't really know for sure where Taneta is. But however, you know, Tawi is definitely a term used for the country that we know as Kemet. Some people might include Nubia or parts of Nubia, but Kemet is the name that we are most familiar with, you know. And but yeah, Tawi and also Tameri, the beloved land.
So I was what I'm the reason why I'm asking these questions because I wonder if we could get fixated on, that if that's if Ty Mary or Ty Netter, why can't we use one of those? If we were trying to get rid of everybody else's rendition of what they thought the continent was
But
because
we use one of those terms, and it's Kemet. And
and so you saying you think that it would be good to use Kemet for the whole of entire continent for the whole entire
no,
continent?
oh, okay, I didn't know you meant the
Yeah,
continent.
that's what I'm
Well,
talking
no,
about. Like
no, 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 no,
we trying to
no.
reconstruct our own
Mm,
shit. Excuse me.
yeah,
Then what would be
no,
one of
okay.
those words which one of those words you think would
No,
be
no,
best?
I would not invent a word that people didn't use in Kemet for the continent. I'm not aware of any Medu Nature word for the continent of
Okay.
Africa. So maybe they have one. Maybe they. I'm sorry. Maybe they had one. But if they did, I don't know. But I'm not aware. So if somebody can show me a text and demonstrate that it's their word for the continent of Africa, then I'm more ears. But it doesn't matter. You know, that's where the Moorish people, they try to have a one up above us, like try to act like, because they have that term al kebulon, which obviously derives from Arabic because we have the al prefix. Um, they love to say Africa is named after Scipio Africanus and so on. So some people act like if we don't have a name for the continent, then we don't have any legitimate argument whatsoever. But what we are dealing with, we're dealing with like 3000 BC. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Tawi appears more often than Tanecha. I'm sorry, than Kemet. That's a fact. When we
Okay.
go through the text, we see Tawi many times. You know, and even if it's not with me, you are interested and you know a few terms, you just don't know their meanings. It
Right.
would be very beneficial for you to learn the Meta Nature. It's not that difficult. you know
Right.
Whoever you're learning with, of course, don't go and learn it from the suit. Well, you wouldn't do that anyway.
No,
But the two
I've been
pseudos,
following
yeah.
you, brother Jonathan, to an extent. I listen to brother Reggie because I know he knows the language. I just get disappointed with him and his certain personal attacks that he has on people. That's it. I tried to talk to him on pseudo killers the other night, but I think we got into that particular conversation late. But I was basically going the same route that you're going, like as far as like asking him, what's your position and what's up with you? I mean, I really would like to get to the bottom of that with him. I mean,
He's
I
on the
have no
fence.
problem with talking with him personally because
He's on the
I,
fence. He's been on the fence for years. It's nothing new. He's been on the fence for years. When I mean, when you Kemetic, but today, apparently, now today he stated that apparently he's rejecting that term now. But
right,
when you Kemetic and you're going to give information to some Hebrew Israelites that are going to go against a Kemetic person, which is Seti, and I
that's
think he did,
treason.
and I think he did the same thing again for some other debate. But
Yeah, against
Sanjeti spoke on that.
Seti and one of the
Well,
the guy that
probably
want
with
he wound up
Nashuvel.
being a child molester.
Yeah,
The
with
guy that he helped.
Nashuvel. Yeah, apparently he did the same thing as well with well, okay, that's one of them, one of the debate. But he did it once anyway. But I think he did it again. And we saw that he's working on the slide with Garfield. For
Yeah,
Garfield to go
when he
against
said that the
against
other
Jabari.
night, I
You know,
said, "Hey man, that's when I had to go ahead and voice my concerns about what his position is because we were on the pseudo killers the other night and he said that, and then I said, "Well, hey man, hold on, let me go ahead because this is just one time too many that you've had this type of positioning when someone's trying to champion our history. Like I said, if Brother Jabari, if your only contention is that Brother Jabari doesn't read the language, then try to help the brother read the language. They'll
but
go and tell
he doesn't even have to. He doesn't even have to. But
his wife knows how to read the language. She can
well,
help him.
people say that. People say that she's a linguist, that she has a doctorate in linguistics, that she knows the Medu Nature. But she's giving classes. She's charging $50. So if she charges that much, she probably knows the Medu Nature. But um, I would advise him to learn it from somebody else because when that's your partner, it's not the same experience. You know,
Okay.
it would be best for him to learn it with somebody else, and it would not take that long for him to get up to
A certain level.
a good level. Because he knows some Medu Nature, but he knows quite little. You know,
Yeah, like me.
he knows quite little, but I'm familiar with the language. I've been giving classes for a while. I can tell that he has improved his knowledge of the Meta Nature, but still for a priest the level is low, so but that could be fixed very easily.
Mm-hmm.
you
That's
know
what I
he
say. I agree
he
with that.
he,
He could learn. I mean, if
he
that's what his only contention
yeah,
is,
he
then
doesn't he doesn't do
the,
the 9 to 5, so he can really take some time, boot camp style, like 1 month, 2 months learning like almost every day or every day of the week, he could really get on par. It's not even a problem. So, and I was telling Reggie, I mean, at the end of the day, he has his level, and his level will ultimately improve, and that's deterring other people from learning the meta nature. Because if you hear Reggie bringing down someone, because, and I understand that's because he's a priest. Okay, I get it, I get it. But other people might feel like, well, I would like to know the meta nature, but if I start talking about it and I don't know it enough, someone might, like Reggie, might blast me. You know what I'm saying? Then you have those other fools, those two pseudos guys. Now they want to change the grammar and talk about, the 049 glyphs, the newt
Yeah,
glyph.
see that right there is all deterrence. Like,
Yeah, it
when you
is.
see people that can read the language arguing about what something means, it means y'all don't know what the fuck it means, or y'all don't know
No,
what y'all
no, no, no. Once
talking
again,
about.
no. Once again,
I'm
you
just,
have
I'm just
those.
talking about from a person on the outside looking
Yeah,
in. That's
yeah, I
how
get
we
it, and
looking
that's
at it.
and that's why it's an opportunity for me to repeat to the people that besides those two pseudos, the whole world of Egyptology doesn't say that. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
it's very important to underline that, because some people, you see, they listen to those two pseudos, they don't even know about it. They don't know Egyptologists besides
Hmm.
Burge and Champollion.
Right.
Maybe they
So
will know Gardiner, you know. Other than that, ask them to give them names of Egyptologists. They don't know. Of course, they never read the books of Egyptology. So they just don't. It's like if you don't know the Arabic and somebody speaks Arabic to you and say, I just said that in Arabic, you're not in a position to challenge him or say that is correct or it's not correct. And that's why Wesley Muhammad was quite popular with his linguistic acrobatics of Abiyad, allegedly meaning black when he means white. It's the main word for white in Arabic. Most of our people in America don't speak Arabic, you know what I'm saying?
right,
And none of his peers have agreed with what he has said, you know what I'm saying? But anyway,
right,
that being said, um, people are not familiar with the language, they know the guy, they appreciate the guy. And for years, some groupies have collectively hyped that dude up, so he has some sort of a status in the community.
hmm,
He used to be known as a linguist, but now he's kind of, coming down to earth, because when he's trying to associate himself with other scholars, he cannot give that title that he has not earned. So now he's a cultural theorist and a software developer. So there has been some change. But for years, people thought that the dude was a linguist, and that's why when I asked him if he has a
right. I
degree in
felt the
linguistics,
energy you was
he
talking about.
yeah, he wanted all these years, he wanted people to feel, to think that maybe he has some degrees in linguistic when he doesn't. And lately, what did he do when he talked about Dr. Campbell? He said, well, yeah, he has a PhD in linguistic, but when you have a PhD, you just do research, after the masters. And when you look at his thesis, he only dealt with the Twi. He did not compare two different languages. So basically, he's trying to diminish the
Right.
importance of a PhD. That's
Yeah,
how
I
far the
peeped
dude
that.
goes.
I peeped
You
that
know?
out. They started
Yeah,
diminishing real
yeah,
real scholars, or people
yeah.
that really had degrees in it.
You
So,
know,
like I said, I pay attention to what they did. It took us a minute to get to where we got with the SAR and Wujao, and gaining the understanding. It was good that you, look, brothers like you, came along, Smash resurfaced and kind of helped us out, because we were stuck right there for about 2 years as far as like, does this mean black or not? But I have a
well,
clear understanding that
for,
it's just two people that are making that claim now,
for me, it
and
was
I and
10
that
years.
that enabled me to move on.
It was 10 years for me. I mean, back in 2011,
He said 10.
yeah, I called him that. I wrote two
Okay,
articles
yeah,
in 2011. He said he will write an article first, and I didn't wait for him. I wrote two articles. But back in 2011, the dude's been pseudo making linguistic acrobatics, talking about they were Hebrews in Kemet, and talking about they were happy.
yeah. See,
Over the
we didn't know
years,
nothing about that, Shaka.
yeah, but
You
that
ahead
that
of the
was that was on the platform of all you guys now who's trying to diss Dr. Ben. You know what I'm saying? It's the
right,
same people who hyped him up all these years. You know what I'm saying? And even to this day, they are very timid. But when it comes to dissing Jabari, it's open season. You know what I'm saying? So people need to, like Dr. Jai Hisa. I can't wait, because he said we are serious. Now you have the proof, you have the evidence that the dude is a plagiarizer. I want to see if he's still going to be on your team, if he's still going to be on the website of the University of Amen, and if you still do conferences with him at home or abroad. You know, I mean,
right.
that's accountability. You know what I'm saying?
You're on
integrity.
the
We
right
couldn't
track,
see.
brother. With that
Yeah,
said, I'm gonna go ahead. Let me go ahead and move out. I'll be in the chat or whatever. But I just
yeah.
want to come out and show my support.
All right.
All right, peace.
All right, please. Yeah. So yeah, we went through the history, but I'm aware that a lot of people don't know about all these things we talked about. But the James, he's been there. He saw all those things, and um, it didn't happen overnight, of course. Um and sometimes you might understand why I'm skeptical about associating myself with some people, but it's the past. I guess people grow and evolve and they try to get better, but sometimes you have reasons to worry. You have reasons to be wary, like how is it going to end? How is it going to turn out? Because a lot of people are not aware of what's been going on before. And I ain't trying to send no shots at nobody, but once again, the people who used to greet saying Black African power, there are a lot of people to say Black means death and Africans are living a jungle life on their own platform, you know. And like I said, I know many people who used to be Kemetic, die-hard Kemetic. You couldn't find more Kemetic than them. It was Kemet alone, nothing else. And those same guys, they ended up dissing Kemetic people, dissing Kemet, because there are weak people who just follow individuals like groupies. And the groupie, the guru that they used to follow was first all about Kemet. So they were all about Kemet. Then their guru turned back to the Abrahamic belief system, became Asiatic black man, and then these Kemet and those people, what did they do? Like the groupies that they are, they started dissing Kemet. You know what I'm saying? And today we have groupies as well. You see them either on platform or on the chat as moderators or non-moderators. You know what I'm saying? Their guru now started disrespect, Theopharo Benga, they are shaking tidy up, and now they agree with that. You know what I'm saying? But when we all started 10 years back or more, we used to have so much regard for those scholars. And now it's open season. Now it's open season, you know? So it's a bad look, man. It's just a bad look, man. And every time I talk about Kwanzaa, it's the same response. And you know what's funny is that people feel like, well, we've been celebrating Kwanzaa for so long. Well, people have been celebrating Christianity for so long as well. Amongst the conscious community, I mean, Christianity, in terms of participant, you have less participants. But in terms of black folks being Christians, in America, we probably have more, you know. But all this to say that, usually the Jews, Hebrew Israelites, black Jews, Hebrew Israelites, black Muslims, they have this tendency, this habit of many criticizing Christians or black Christians, So, oh, we've been celebrating Kwanzaa for so long. Well, people have been practicing Christianity for so long. So, do we stay in a belief system because we have spent a certain time into it, or do we stay into a belief system uh, because it belongs to us? Now, whether or not it belongs to us is something, because anybody is free to practice any religion. The problem is those people who claim that we or black people brought forth those religions or belief system. And over the years, I have, just like others, documented that it was not black people who came forth with those Abrahamic belief system. You know what I'm saying? So now, what are they trying to do? They're trying to survive and not to drown, but they will be overtaken by the information anyway. And the only strength they have is in numbers. You understand what I'm saying? So they found a convenient way to avoid drowning with the information. Let's gang up. Let's ally as Abrahamic believers, and let's bang on Kemetic people. Let's bang on traditional African ways of life. Why do you think I addressed that dude who said, well, all you Kemetic people and Afrocentric people, what do you have to say about those practices in Africa, about the female circumcision and about the women who have to be with the brothers of their late husband? You don't make a rule out of an exception. In the first place, the dude is not in agreement with the Kemetic people and the Afrocentric people. So you might as well just say it. You don't need to just look for excuses. You don't have to look for, so like for example, you have GMS who's publicly stated on tape that they are cool with having sex with underage girls. Am I going to use GMS and act like that's all the Hebrew Israelites? Some Hebrew Israelite camps say that they celebrate the death of Africans. I'm not going to put that on all the Hebrew Israelites, you know. So most of what we have is talking points. That's most of what we have, you know. People are extremely disingenuous, and it's not just black people who are disingenuous. Richard Carrier is disingenuous, you know, with the things that he said and he wrote, and when it's time to deal with the issue, he's nowhere to be found, you know. But he's happy, outlining the fact that Bart Ehrman doesn't want to debate him, you know. And the example of the guy that I told you about who wants to put doubt in the translation of Herodotus when he described the ancient Egyptians as black. And when I just show him a document, a painting from the Louvre Museum, and I just ask him, does he look Caucasian or Eurasian, like he said, according to the DNA, or does he look African? He wouldn't answer. We have many people like that. A lot of time when people don't answer questions because it's inconvenient to them or they don't know the answer. But you cannot say you don't know the answer when you have a portrait that is actually in good condition, you know? And a lot of our people, if a white person didn't say it, they don't value it. And it's sad, but it's the truth. Some of our people are like that, you know? So, man, it's just sad, man. The level is low. And I know people don't like it when I talk about the so called conscious community and I said that the level is low, but we have so many examples of that. People are going to give a pass to plagiarizers and want to criticize other people for much minor for much minor offenses, or let's say equal offenses. But worst, the same people that themselves say were convicted more than once for sexual misconduct against minors, you don't see them making all those videos, going at them and going at their camp for being cool with them. That's definitely hypocrisy. That's definitely, isn't it hypocrisy? How do you label that? And some of you brothers and sisters, I know the game. You want to be cool with everybody. You don't want to offend everybody. So you don't stand on anything. You're not solid. I'm not asking you to go to war with anybody, you know. But it's so good to criticize a white man, you know. If you hear about a white man being, doing misconduct, sexual misconduct against somebody, you're gonna highlight that. You're gonna, yeah, you look at what he did. But when black folks do it, it's cool now. They get a pass, you know. Sometimes we have cases of police brutality against women, against black women. People will talk about it. But the dude who tortured black women is cool now. But he paid his debt to society. He went to jail for that. So, I guess, we cannot talk about this anymore. But it's a vicious circle. So Kemetic people take heed to what's going on. Those fence riders, man, they will bring down what you have worked so hard to build. You have to learn to be selective. Because all those Twitter finger moderators, all those Abrahamic believers, so far, have you seen them once criticizing pedophiles or rapists? Once. I haven't. They're silent about that. But they're happy to make fun of Kemetic people, trying to act like Kemetic people are reaching, trying to act like Kemetic people don't make no sense. And they're happy now. They're happy now. They love that. They are converted in their belief system. They're happy. Well, this guy used to bang at us. He used to bring the scholarship, and we didn't have anything to say. But thank God now we have those Christian apologists and schematic fence riders who's banging against them. I'm gonna rally behind them. How convenient. Just as some people spend so much time trying to vilify Kemetic people, um, some other people might spend as much time to reply, and it's not going to be enjoyable because people, they are happy, they are comfortable because the same thing is not happening to them, but they could be under the scrutiny, and it can start as of tonight because once again, Brother Reggie said. Now, I don't think he will deny it because there were like, probably 200 people in attendance. The video is no longer there. Garfield has decided to remove it. Maybe Brother Reggie asked Garfield to remove it. Maybe. But Brother Reggie said that Horus is not the son of Osiris, that Heru is not the son of Osar or Asir. Usir, sorry. Usir or Asir. That's what Brother Reggie said tonight, this evening, or today. I don't know what time it is in America. That's something new. But it's all good. It's not the end of the world. But come on now, just chill, man. You guys have a personal issue. Holla at the dude you have an issue with. You know what I'm saying? I'm just tired. All these years, I've been hearing Abrahamic believers, banging at Kemetic people, banging on Kemetic people. And now I'm supposed to hear people who, on the one hand, um, talk highly of Kemet, and on the other hand, they're going to diss Kemet. Some people are so gullible and so funny because, like, it's like us saying, "Oh, you're a great guy. Your information is nice," and I say, "Oh, you're a whack dude, and your information is ridiculous." You're gonna say, "Oh, but he gave me shout outs, and he said he supported me before." If I build a castle, you have one set of people, men and women, who pass by and they look at it. They look at me building the castle or building an edifice, a building. You have another set of group of people, men and women, who stop, look at me, and then they walk their way. Then you have another set of people, men and women, and they say, "Oh, that's nice what you're doing." And they go their way. Who helped me? Which one helped me? None of them helped me. You have a voice, you might as well use it. At the end of the video, Kemet and Ma'at, before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, I say, we all have a voice, we might as well use it. You can make a difference, but you need to have a personality. You need to be an individual and not be a groupie. The Maroons, the people who successfully ended the transatlantic slave trade, the people of Haiti, they were a minority. If you always wait for people to be a majority, you're going to wait for a long time. The minority can ultimately become the majority. And it's so funny when we hear about the 12 tribe chart. People lack so much evidence for the blackness of the Hebrews that they come up with this chart, unheard of in ancient time. During the transatlantic slave trade, we don't have any record whatsoever. We don't have any oral tradition whatsoever of the different tribe of Judah, Levi, and all that. But boom, just like the Willie Lynch letter, something appears, and there we go. Oh, Haiti, that's the tribe of Levi. Dominican Republic, that's the tribe of Saint Church, and whatever. And people are serious with that. Just like the people who said that King James was black. Just like the person who said that King Edward, the Prince of Wales, was black. So on and so forth. We look ridiculous. As a people, we look ridiculous. I'm telling you, man. You love fence riders. You we can do better than this. I'm telling you, man. And when it comes to Kemet, it is a reality. Many people say stuff that they cannot substantiate. Sometimes they say it because it sounds good. Sometimes they say it so they can look different, so they can appear to be original. And many times they say it because other people before them used to say it. But if you deal with the language, it actually helps you to find some clarity into all this fog. You know, the language is beautiful. It's not for everybody, but it's beautiful, and you have great knowledge of it. But every minute, we have everybody and their mama trying to tell us why it's pointless to deal with the language of the Medu Neter. When I was on Garfield's live stream that he has deleted earlier today, somebody in the chat wrote, "Yeah, but what about the Meron Petah Stella? It talked about the Hebrews or Israel, actually. It talked about Israel." Another misconception. To this day, people think that in the on the Meron Petah Stella or Stele, we have the name Israel written. We don't have the name Israel written. Ask Egyptologists. Does it say Israel? It's not talking about the place, it's talking about people. And phonetically, it spells Isiryar, according to the standard of Egyptology. According to the convention of Egyptology, that's what it spells. You know? So the future generation, thanks to the age of information, they will have a great documentation of who was who did what, and who stood for what. And I'm glad that they will be able to see who was fence riding, who was dissing the traditional African ways of life, who was deterring black people worldwide from getting into the traditional African ways of life, and who was helping the other worldviews that had us enduring as a people more than 1400 years of slavery combined. The future generation will see that. Some people will try to tell their children and the future generation that they have been fighting and struggling for all these years for the people. Just like Alex Jones is alleged to be doing. He's telling people that he needs financial help to pay the bills, while he's made $165 million in 3 years alone. So you had those people, they made a living out of being activists and whatnot. And what has changed? What was the improvement? What is their belief system? Who is their God? Today and decades ago, we had black people with a white God, and they say that the black man is God, and they say that the white man is the devil, and they have a white God. Isn't that white supremacy? Because, of course, we have those people who talk about white supremacy. If you have a white God, what is it? If you claim to be down with the black power and African centered, I mean, no matter what I say anyway, what difference would it make? I would only reach a few people. So I guess I should hope and try to find ways that when I'm live streaming, new people get to know about this platform and the different videos that I have, because there's some people who knew about what I was doing for years. And till this day, they never even helped with $1. They couldn't holler with $1, you know. But other people who say, I'm going to build this, they get millions of dollars and they go make it rain. Life is unfair sometimes, but it is what it is. We have to use what we got to get what we want. That's how it is. That's how it is, man. But the so-called conscious community, I'm telling you, man. And the funny thing is that even when I ask, are people cool with pedophiles and rapists? Even as anonymous and unidentified as people are, they will not even type it in the chat. They want to be cool with so many people. Well, this guy is a rapist, this guy's a pedophile, but he's part of a crew. There's a few people, some of them are in the street, some of them doing their things. I'm scared. I don't want to criticize. But those are the people who be typing with the Twitter finger, talking about liberation and progress for the black race, for black people, for us to move forward, and can't even criticize a rapist or a pedophile. Future generation, these are the warriors. This is a conscious community. Those are the revolutionary warriors who will basically save black people, help black people to move forward. Those are the Pan-African warriors and revolutionaries who will not criticize a rapist or a pedophile. Stay safe, stay healthy, and if I'm allowed to by the nature, I will definitely holler back at you, Hotep.
Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving middle nature classes. And here, that's the flyer. Okay? So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video, Kemet and Ma'at, Before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more. I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the Meta Nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody is interested in learning the Meta Nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome, awesome, awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hana Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Neture classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how, involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class. And all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medu Netia class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/ma'atforever.